The assembly will come to order. We're going to go a little bit out of order and go to order business 8 first. Pursuant to Special Rule 4, the following members are authorized to attend, participate, vote, and take any other action in the proceedings of the Assembly and the Assembly Committee of the Whole through the use of remote technology. That would be Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod, Assemblyman Carrillo, Assemblywoman Douglas Boone, Assemblyman Fumo, Assemblywoman Miller, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, Assemblywoman Monk, Assemblywoman Spiegel, Assemblywoman Swank, Assemblywoman Tolles. Now the Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Assemblyman Acefa, Assemblywoman Backus,
Present.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson,
Present.
technical difficulties. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Yes. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Present.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Carlton. Here. Assemblyman Carrillo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Cohen. Here. Assemblyman Daly. Here. Assemblywoman Douglas Boone. Assemblywoman Duran. Assemblyman Edwards. Here. Assemblyman Ellison. Assemblyman Flores. Assemblyman Fumo. Assemblyman Fumo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow. Here. Assemblyman Hafen. Here. Assemblyman Hambrick. Here. Assemblywoman Hanson. Here. Assemblywoman Hardy. Here. Assemblywoman Howdige. Here. Assemblyman Kramer. Here. Assemblywoman Krasner. Here. Assemblyman Levitt. Assemblywoman Martinez. Present. Assemblyman McCurdy. Here. Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Here.
Assemblywoman Neal. Here. Assemblywoman Wynn. Here. Assemblywoman Peters. Here. Assemblyman Roberts. Here. Assemblyman Smith. Here. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus. Here. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Here.
Assemblywoman Torres. Here. Assemblyman Watts. Here. Assemblyman Wheeler. Here. Assemblyman Yeager. Here. Speaker Frierson.
Here. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect that there are 42 members present. There is a quorum.
The record shall so reflect there are 42 members present. There's a quorum. The Assembly will please rise for the prayer by Reverend Richard Snyder, the Warm Springs Correctional Facility.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this new day and for new opportunities to do your will in the world. Grant to the members of the Nevada Assembly and to the staff wisdom, grace, and health in the exercise of their duties. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Order of Business 2, reading and approval of the journal.
Carson City, Friday, July 10, 2020.
Mr. Speaker.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Mr. Speaker, I move that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that the Speaker and Chief Clerk be authorized to make the necessary corrections and additions.
You heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Order of Business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the persons listed on the Nevada Legislature's press accreditation list dated July 11th, 2020 be accepted as accredited press representatives, assigned space at the press table in the Assembly chamber, and allowed the use of appropriate broadcasting facilities. There are copies of the list on all members' desks.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly resolve into a committee of the whole.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly is resolved into a committee of the whole. The committee will come to order. I believe we should be prepared to hear Assembly Bill 1. And we should have as presenters, I think Council Brian Fernley, as well as for backup and questions, Director Susan Brown and Director Laura Freed to answer questions as well. So if I am accurate and we have Council Brian Fernley, we can kick off the hearing for Assembly Bill 1.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Frierson. This is Brian Fernley. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Mr. Fernley.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Brian Fernley, and I am the Legislative Counsel with the Legislative Counsel Bureau. I'm going to present Assembly Bill 1 to you today, which relates to public employees. As an employee of the Legislative Counsel Bureau, I want to disclose that I am nonpartisan staff for the legislature, and I do not support or oppose any particular piece of legislation. I'm only speaking to provide an overview of the contents of the bill. Moving on to the bill, Section 1 of the bill increases to 40 hours the maximum amount of annual leave that an employee of the Executive Department of State Government is authorized to carry forward from one calendar year to the next calendar year. Under current law, these employees can carry 30 days or 240 hours of annual leave forward to the next calendar year. Thus, employees must use or lose any balance in excess of 30 working days by December 31st of a calendar year. However, if an employee timely requests the use of leave by October 15th and that request is denied in writing, the employee is entitled to be paid for the annual leave which was denied and which would be forfeited as a result of the denial of the request. By increasing from 30 hours to 40 hours, the maximum amount of leave that may be carried forward, additional annual leave is going to be able to be carried forward rather than paid for those employees who are denied their request for annual leave. Under Section 8, this increase in hours carried forward would only apply for carry forwards from calendar year 2020 into 2021 and for carry forwards from calendar year 2021 into calendar year 2022. Section 2 of the bill implements a 1-month PEB state contribution holiday in fiscal year 2021. Senate Bill 550 of last session established the state's share of the cost of premiums or contributions for group insurance for employees and retirees who participate in PEB. Section 2 requires this cost to be paid for only 11 months rather than 12 months of fiscal year 2021. Paragraph B of subsection 1 holds employees harmless by prohibiting an increase in deductions from pay or retirement benefits for the cost of premiums as a result of the premium holiday. While all state agencies are included in the holiday, under subsection 2, only general fund savings will be reverted to the general fund. Non-general fund revenue would remain in the agency's budget and could be expended for other operating or programmatic purposes. Subsection 3 provides for the reversion of the general fund savings to the general fund, and subsection 4 defines state agencies and includes all state agencies within the premium holiday. Section 3 of the bill implements a 12-day furlough requirement for fiscal year 2021. Under this provision, full-time employees will be required to take 12 furlough days between July 1st, 2020 and June 30th, 2021. Part-time employees would be required to take a number of furlough hours equal to the average number of hours worked per day multiplied by 12. So for example, if a part-time employee worked for an average of 4 hours per day, that employee would be required to take 48 hours of furlough leave. The furlough requirement applies to all departments of state government with a few exceptions that I will talk about later. Furlough leave would be required to be scheduled and approved in the same manner as other leave, and furlough leave would be required to be considered as a day worked for all purposes except payment of salary and determination of overtime. This ensures that the accrual of leave, pay progression, probationary periods, eligibility for holiday pay, seniority, and insurance and retirement benefits are not affected by furlough leave. Subsection 3 requires the Personnel Commission to adopt regulations to carry out the furlough program for employees of the executive branch, except that the Board of Regents will implement the furlough program for the professional employees of NSHE. The Public Employees Retirement Board will implement the furlough program for employees of the Public Employees Retirement System. The Supreme Court will implement the program for employees of the Judicial Department, and the Legislative Commission will implement the program for employees of the legislative branch. Finally, one exception to the furlough requirement is that it will not apply to employees of the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs whose standard work week is 32 hours. Section 4 of the bill is the PERS hold harmless provision. And what I mean by hold harmless is that employees' accumulation of retirement service credit and reported salary will not be affected by these furlough programs. Subsection 2 will ensure that the hours of unpaid leave outside of the furlough program in this bill are not included in the hold harmless provision. So for example, if an employee were granted unpaid leave that was not part of the furlough program, that unpaid leave would not be included in the hold harmless provision. Subsection 4 requires an employer of an employee on furlough leave to provide information that PERS will need and to pay all required employer and employee contributions to the PERS based on the compensation that would have been paid to the member but for the furlough leave. Section 5 of the bill establishes some exemptions from the furlough requirement for certain employees. Subsection 1 establishes the intent of the legislature to limit exceptions to the requirement of furlough leave to employees of the state who are in identified areas of critical need. The entities that you see listed there in subsection 2 are going to be responsible for determining which positions cannot be subject to furlough. If an entity determines that a position cannot be subject to furlough leave because of the need to provide appropriate services that are necessary to the protection of health, safety, and welfare, the entity is required to make findings on the record in a public meeting that support that determination. And the entity will be required to report to the Interim Finance Committee on a quarterly basis all positions that have been determined not to be subject to furlough leave and the reason for that determination. If an employee is exempted from the furlough requirement under this procedure, there would be a required salary reduction of 4.6%, a prorated percentage. The salary reduction would not apply to the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs employees who were exempted from the bill and who work the standard, whose standard work week is 32 hours. Section 6 of the bill implements the freeze of merit pay increases and provides that for merit pay increases on or after July 1st, 2021, an employee will not be entitled to the increase he or she would have otherwise gotten for fiscal year 2021. Section 7 requires work program revisions as necessary for the reversions to the state general fund without further approval of the legislature or the IFC. That is my overview of the provisions of the bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fernley. I believe we have Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the presentation. My question is for the employees, the essential employees under Section 5 that would be subject to the 4.6% reduction. Is it the intent of the bill for them to also be covered within the hold harmless provisions of Section 4?
Well, I believe that they, let me check that and just, well, and maybe someone else can jump in to describe how this would work, but I don't believe that they would, I believe that they would be under the hold harmless provisions in that they, you know, would fall under Section 4, but if someone else has more information on that, I'd appreciate their assistance.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Susan Brown, Director of the Governor's Finance Office, for the record. Yes, they should be held harmless, similar to anybody that's taking a furlough.
Great, thank you. I just didn't see that section explicitly referenced in Section 4, so I wanted to make clear that that was the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. I have next Assemblyman Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me like we're going to have some employees, some state employees, who are in jobs that are covered 24 hours a day, and I'm going to say prison guards, some highway patrol jobs, which if you put them on furlough, we're going to replace them with time and a half. And that seems to be counter to the whole idea of trying to save some money. So I would suggest that if the alternative to furlough is to pay time and a half for replacement, or if a corresponding loss of federal monies happens if there's a furlough, then neither the furlough nor the pay reduction needs to happen. That would be an amendment I'd like to see. And I do have a question concerning the employees that Mr. Fernley described as being 32 hours as their standard work week. We make these furloughs apply to part-time people according to how much time they work, proportionate, but we don't do it for these people whose proportionate time is 32 hours. It seems like it's not equitable across the board. So again, I would not exempt those people from this, those 32-hour workers, and I would suggest that Section 5 have a 5th paragraph that basically says if the alternative requires time and a half for a loss of federal funding for that position, that neither the furlough nor the pay reduction apply. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblyman Kramer, I just want to make sure, it's a little difficult for me with the different setup to know if you asked a question that you expect a response to or if you were making a suggestion only.
I guess my question would be, is if we're having part-time people take furloughs proportionate to their part-time, why are the 32-hour people exempted entirely? Question one. And question two, why would we have someone go on furlough when they're going to replace it time and a half if our objective is to save money? Those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would,
Go ahead, Mr. Fronting.
I guess I would say if those questions need to be answered, I would defer to the governor's office for that.
Susan Brown for the record. The 32-hour employees at the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs are already being reduced 8 hours a week, which is the reason for them being exempted from the furlough versus an individual who on a normal schedule works part-time, so they would be prorated on the furlough. And then as far as the loss of federal funds or somebody being put on furlough where overtime pay would be required in order for those to be on furlough, that is part of the reason for having the reduction in pay of 4.6%. They would then not take the furlough, they would take the pay reduction rather than the furlough. So that would eliminate the need for that additional overtime.
Follow up.
It seems that if I'm a worker and I work alongside someone doing a roughly different job, and that person is on a furlough 2 hours a week and doesn't get paid for it, but they get the 2 hours off. But for me, I got to work the full 40 hours with 5% pay. There's a disparity in how you're being treated. So we can either treat everyone the same, or if you're going to have different treatments for different people, it seems like those jobs where there's no alternative except overtime pay, that those jobs would be exempt from the pay reduction as well. So I'm just unhappy with the way that language is.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to piggyback a little on my colleague from AD 40. Is I know last time furloughs were put into place, Nevada Highway Patrol was prohibited from working reimbursable overtime. Is there anything in this bill that would restrict that again? And what I mean by reimbursable is paid by a third party, not by the state, during the same week that they were on a furlough day. Is there anything that is in this that would have that same prohibition, or did we move that out? Thank you.
Susan Brown for the record. That prohibition is the furlough in the same pay week, so in the same 40-hour period versus the same pay period. So they would not be prohibited from earning overtime in the same pay period, but they would in that week, and that's a state policy.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Haven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ensure that in Section 5 that all of us legislators were also going to be part of the 4.6% pay reduction. I just like it on the record.
Susan Brown for the record. Are you asking if the legislatures would take a 4.6% pay cut?
Correct.
No, they would not.
Mr. Chair.
And I think Brian
Yeah.
could probably speak to this better than I can.
Yeah.
I believe legislators are not allowed to take a pay cut or pay increase during a term of office.
Yes, and this is Brian Fernley. The bill only applies to executive branch employees, and there are, I would have to check as to whether anything could be done with in a separate bill with respect to pay for legislators.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd just like to put on the record that I think that it's only fair that we all take a 4.6% pay decrease, just like our fellow state employees are doing. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hafen. And there's a doctrine called the separation of powers that makes us an equal branch. And so I don't know that I think that's necessarily for the executive branch to address, but you're certainly more than welcome to offer to provide yours back. And to the extent that anybody else wants to, I would suggest that they contact counsel to either make adjustments to what they are receiving or how they could contribute it otherwise. Assemblywoman Swank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have a question for Ms. Brown. I know that right now these furloughs apply across the board, but we also know that across the executive branch, there's a wide range of salaries, some pretty low, some pretty high. And I just had a quick question on whether or not you considered, say, placing a cap of those folks who make $75,000 base salary or less, exempting them from furloughs and kind of spreading those furloughs out on among people who make more money in order to kind of some of our newer employees and some of our lower paid employees. And if that was considered, why was it not followed through? Thank you.
Susan Brown, for the record, that was not considered. That would be a difficult calculation to come up with and to set policy that would change the way that everyone is paid in the state. We have a standardized pay scale, and so that would create potentially some inequities across the board if we were to consider doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have further questions, but thank you for now.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. We'll go to Assemblyman Carrillo.
Thank you, Speaker. Hear me? Okay, when on section, I want to say section 3, talking about full-time state employees, that includes classified and unclassified employees?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
I'm talking about full-time state employees. Does that include classified and unclassified employees?
Susan Brown, for the record, yes, that is correct. It includes classified and unclassified.
Also, can you give me an example of exempted employees?
There will be a process put in place for positions to be exempted. And so that would be at the request of a department director would come forward and go to the Board of Examiners, and those decisions would be made by the Board of Examiners.
So that would not apply, that would not be put in the bill then? Strictly at each division?
That is correct, sir.
Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this, Susan, you hit on this a little bit confused. Are all the people who take the 4.6 pay cut held harmless as far as PERS is concerned, and is it equitable process? You know, because when you were talking about it at the very beginning, it seemed like they were and they weren't. So could you answer that? Or do you want me to repeat it?
Susan Brown, for the record, I believe you're asking if it would be equitable on the hold harmless across the board, whether somebody was taking a furlough or whether they had an exemption and were taking the pay cut?
Well, that, and if they take the 4% pay cut, as far as PERS is concerned, is that equitable on both?
Susan Brown, yes, I believe it is.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I may, I got one other question, and that's in section 6. I know that there's unions and bargaining groups and stuff like this that's out there, but are teachers included in section 6 or just the state employees?
Susan Brown, for the record, just state employees. This does not include school districts.
Okay, just for the record, I thought it'd be equitable for everybody. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Thank you, Speaker. So I had a question on, it's actually on section 5. It's on section 5. And so and I believe this is the public purpose or the intent of the legislature, but what I'm trying to get an understanding around where it says necessary for the protection of public health, safety, and welfare. Couple of questions around that. Number one, I was trying to find the statutory reference, like what was it referring to, or is this a new definition? The second part to that question, is this definition conforming to what we had decided in COVID terms, or is there another meaning of this? Because I think under COVID, it was very narrow, and so I'm trying to be clear on what now is categorized as a position that's for protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and the statutory provision in which it references, and if it's a new definition, and then where did you find or craft it?
I would ask Brian to help with that question on the definition.
I'm sorry, I missed that question. Could you please repeat it? I apologize.
Thank you. Mr. Fernley, I was asking a question about section 5, where we have provide appropriate services. So if you go down section 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where it starts with the protection of public health, safety, and welfare, I was trying to find out, is that definition the definition that is coming, is it a new statutory definition? And if so, is it conforming to the COVID definitions that we put out through executive order? And then 2, if it is not a new definition, where is it statutorily referenced so I could read the statute in which that language comes from so I can understand the caveats?
Yes, I would tell you that I don't think that particular term is defined. It's going to be up to the agency implementing it to determine whether the service is necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare. I will say that the language is repeated from the furloughs that were implemented several years ago. So that may provide some guidance, but there's no specific definition. It's going to be implemented by the agencies, and they will make that determination.
Speaker, may I follow up?
Follow up.
So thank you for that. So I think just, maybe for education for myself, the prior year reference, if you could maybe let us know where that comes from so I could research that for my own edification, so I could know where it's, so if this bill passes, when it passes, I can explain that to constituents. So I had a question as well on section 2, and you were giving a specific example there, and that was, you gave the example, like if you work for 4 hours, then it'd be 48 hours of furlough leave. So I was trying to get an understanding, like if a person is like employed, like let's say they're super part-time, which is less than 32, so they're maybe working like 20 hours a week. It seemed like the time that they're off is more than probably the hours, the pay that they would actually receive. I was just wondering how we came up with the multiplier of 12.
I think what that comes from is, so for the full-time employees, it says they are required to take 96 hours of unpaid furlough. Full-time employees are scheduled to work 8 hours a day, and multiplied by 12, that's 96. So the same math is carried forward to part-time employees. Then the number of hours they work multiplied by 12.
And then last follow-up speaker.
Follow up.
Section 8, I just had a question on the expiration date, the limitation of January 31st, 2022. I know that we're looking at the cycle of next year because it says in Section 3 for period July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. But so how did we get the expiration date of January 31st, 22?
And this is Brian Fernley again. The expiration date applies only to the changes made by Section 1 of the bill, which increases the carry forward of annual leave from 30 hours to 40 hours, or 30, I think it's 30 days to 40 days. So that's determined that carry forward happens at the end of each calendar year. What this provision, expiration provision means is that for the carryover from 2020 to 2021, it's going to be 40 days. For the carryover from 2021 to 2022, it's also going to be 40 days, and then it will revert back to 30 days.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I think I'd like to go back to the Department of Cultural Affairs and Tourism and the concern about the fairness of the 4-day work week. It's my understanding, my recollection, and I know Ms. Jones is available to correct me because I always count on her to make sure I stay on the right path, that because of room tax, they are already at 4 days. So in essence, they have already been furloughed in that sense. So that's the difference. So I know Ms. Jones is out there on the screen someplace. If she could make sure that I explain that correctly and that the record is clear on the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair Carlton, Ways and Means Chair Carlton, Assemblywoman Chair Carlton, my apologies. Yes, that due to the decrease in room tax collections that's already occurred from the shutdown, funds weren't available to continue to sustain the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs at their previously approved levels. Therefore, the employees of that department's work weeks have all been reduced to 32 hours currently, which is in essence 4 days of furlough a week compared to their normal work schedule. So adding another furlough day on top of that would require those employees to be off 5 days a month instead of 4, as compared to other state employees who would be off 1. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I could also ask, and whoever would like to answer this, it is a 12-day proposal. It's my understanding that it really doesn't matter when the 12 days are taken, as long as the math works out that it is 12 days for each employee. So whether it's all taken in one certain quarter, or if we started at one particular point of the fiscal year and do 2 days a month, that as long as the math works out on the sheet at the end of the equation, then we've achieved our goal.
Yes, and this is Brian Fernley. That is what I believe the bill says, that as long as it's 12 hours at some point, as long as it's 12 days during the fiscal year, or 96 hours, then it could be taken at any time. It is important to note that the bill does require the leave to be approved as other leave is approved. So there would need to be an approval process for when the leave is taken.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my one final question, I appreciate the leeway. So I guess this would go to Ms. Brown more than anyone else. I know the last time we did this, we had a little bit of a problem with folks being able to take their furlough days at certain times. Not sure if the policies and procedures are still out there in the different agencies on how the employee will be approved. How does the administration plan on handling that in the future? Will this be an employee will request it and then be approved? Or will a manager go to an employee and say, this is the day that you're on furlough?
Mr. Chairman, Assemblywoman Carlton, this is Laura Freed for the record. I'm Director of the Department of Administration, and I thought I would jump in here. Yes, each department has to develop its own furlough implementation policy, but the bill specifies and our guidance specifies that furlough leave is requested just like annual leave or sick leave or any other type of leave. It wouldn't be something that would be forced upon an employee unless the payroll reporting showed that the agency wasn't keeping up with its furlough. I mean, payroll, certainly central payroll will keep tabs on how the furlough savings is coming and would alert agencies if they were falling behind, but they would not be forced to take it at any one time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Freed, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my questions at this time.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblywoman Bilber Axelrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, I'm wondering if an option might be for some employees to take additional furlough days if they would like. So, for example, someone might be towards the end of their career and want to take every Friday off, and thereby allowing someone in a different circumstance to not take the furlough days or not take as many days. Is that an option?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question. Could you repeat it? I missed that one.
I'm asking if it might be an option, if this would be possible for people to take additional furlough days if they decide that they want, might be towards the end of their career, which would actually save the state even more money because they could take additional furlough days and thereby allowing someone who would be hit harder by the furlough days to not take as many. Sort of a swap out, like some places are able to do that with sick time if someone gets very ill. Just was hoping that that might be an option, especially for folks who those furlough days are going to hit really hard.
Okay, yeah, under the bill as currently drafted, each employee is required to take furlough. So there wouldn't be an ability under the bill to do that, but that's the way the bill is drafted currently.
Follow-up, Speaker?
Follow up.
Chair? So, and I appreciate that, and the original way that I had asked is asking if that could be an option, if we could make that optional, especially because, like I said, people who are towards the end of their career, that would end up saving the state additional money, typically because they're on a higher salary than folks who are just starting out. So that's just an option that I'd like to look at if my colleagues are in support of that as well. I think that would be a benefit not only to the state, but also to people who are harder hit with the furloughs. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Assemblyman Wheeler. All right. Are there further questions? Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask about our part-time employees. Can you tell me how many part-time employees we have in the state?
This is Brian Friendly. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Ms. Freed or Ms. Brown would know the answer.
This is Laura Freed. Off the top of my head, no. I'd have to ask Central Payroll or Director Brown, and I would have to run a budget query to see how many authorized FTEs under 1.0 there are. I can certainly do that, and I will report back. I can tell you in Central Payroll, excluding boards and commissions and elected officials, we have circa 18,000 positions total.
Follow up. And then I just want to make sure that if anyone is on furlough days and they decide to get extra work, do we have any moonlighting provisions that would keep anyone from being able to go and do other work with their furlough time?
This is Laura Freed for the record. Every employee that has secondary employment has to file an annual disclosure reviewed by their supervisor. But generally speaking, unless it presents a conflict of interest, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Assemblywoman Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I had a question on, it's page 8. I believe it's section 3, sub 4. And it was the Board of Regents language where it says they shall determine and implement the method by which professional employees take furlough. So what I'm trying to get an understanding, let's say that the Board of Regents implements this, because we've already had testimony that they've taken some furloughs. Is there, number one, what happens if it's unfair? Number two, are they required or should they be required to adopt the ones that they've already agreed? And if an employee finds out that it's unfair, are they going back to the Board of Examiners in order to challenge that the method was unfair? And how do we help? And I guess my last question is, how do we give them, I guess, a framework or guardrail on what that method should be? Because we're doing it appears in other sections of the bill for other employees, but not here under the Board of Regents.
You know, I guess I wouldn't know how to do that. Under this bill, the Board of Regents will determine and implement the method for the professional employees of NSHE. If there are any changes, I wouldn't know what those would be. But if Ms. Freed or Ms. Brown have any comments, I'd defer to them.
Susan Brown for the record. I would just note that the Board of Examiners does not have authority over the Board of Regents and their decisions.
Quick follow-up. So Ms. Brown, if an employee disagrees, they're just going to have to challenge with the Board of Regents. What's the process? What's the remedy?
Susan Brown for the record. I don't know what that process or that remedy would be. That would be a Board of Regents policy, and I don't have NSHE on the phone to answer those, or on the meeting to answer those types of questions, but we could follow up with them if you would like.
I would appreciate that. I just want clarity so that people who are going into this, being that there are existing furloughs that they agreed to, and if they go back to the table and the cuts are different, or the furloughs are different, that, you know, there's at least a process that's understood, or if the board is amending their process, that we're clear on what that looks like, being that the legislation is coming from the legislature. So just trying to figure it out. Thanks, though.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just give me 1 second. I am not as adept at this as I would like. I just have a quick question again for Ms. Brown, going back to the furloughs. So looking at the furloughs, I believe the approximate goal there was about $51 million in savings. So just doing some rough numbers, looking at state employees where you have folks that are between $70,000 and $80,000 base salary, and they just take a 1 day per month. And then folks who are at 80,000 and up take 2 days of furlough a month. That should give us a savings of about 26.4 million. And I know that the judicial branch is a separate branch. And so, but if we know that in the judicial employees with a similar structure, 1 day a month and then 2 days a month for those 80,000 and over, we'd have a savings of about 1.6 million. And then from UNLV, again, not under your purview, but that's about 18.3 million in savings, getting us to about 46.5 million. So getting us pretty gosh darn close to where we need to be for that $51 million goal with the furloughs, but also spreading the pain out in ways that don't overly burden folks that are not making as much money as people who are at those upper levels. So I think that this is something that we should really look into if we're really concerned about the burdens that we're placing on a lot of low-income people through a lot of these cuts all across. And this is one way in which we can pull some of that back and redistribute it. So I'd be more than happy to work with your office on that. Thank you.
This is Laura Freed, for the record, again, Director of Administration. And I think Assemblywoman Swank might be looking at the same numbers of people in different pay scales that I am. So I said a couple of minutes ago that we have about 18,000 folks in the executive and judicial branches. We pulled that from central payroll. So again, that excludes NSHE, it excludes boards and commissions and elected officials for the purpose of this discussion. And we were asked to break them out into numbers of employees in $10,000 brackets. Per that analysis, we have 10,755 employees earning less than $59,999. And then between 60,000 and 69,999, we have 3,173 employees. 70,000 to 79,999, excuse me, we have 1,784. And 80,000 to 89,999, we have 832, and then we have 1,602 employees earning greater than $90,000. So we would have to do a little bit more granular research to find out, to estimate savings, that is, to determine like average hourly wage in each of those brackets, and then take 12, if the amendment idea was, say, 2 furlough days for everybody in the top 2 or something like that, we'd have to run those numbers. And that might, I mean, it would take a couple of days, but we could certainly do that for you.
And I'd be happy to talk to you about that offline. My concern is I just see a lot of programs that are disproportionately affecting low-income families. And so if we can find some way to lighten, that would be extremely helpful for those folks on the lower end of income.
All right, thank you, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along the same line of questioning as my colleague, when you look at grade scales of our state employees, the lowest pay grade is a pay grade of 20. The highest is a pay grade of 55. And if you're at a pay grade of 20, you're only making about $13.42 an hour. However, if you're at a pay grade of 55, the starting is $60.53 an hour. So I think my biggest concern with the way the bill is written is that it doesn't take into account that that person at the lowest pay grade that works for our state, if they take that 1 day of furlough, 12 days in total, has a greater impact on the income coming into their home. They would have to use, as my colleague mentioned, the services, some of those services that we are also being faced with cutting, although none of us want to do that. So even if it takes 2 more days or 3 more days to go back and see how many employees we have at those different pay grades and put some kind of language in that if there's an employee at the top end of the scale that knows that they can afford to take more furlough days off so that that person at the lower end within their own departments would not have to take time off, I think we have an obligation to at least attempt to do that. And I do appreciate that it would take you a few more days, and I'll be here in Carson City for a few more days. I offer my assistance to help you do that.
Mr. Fernley, this actually is a question for me. I wanted to revisit a question that was raised earlier because there's been some questions sent my way, and I want to make sure that we get clarification. Typically, when we're talking about something like legislator pay, we generally do it in a bipartisan way in advance so that we prepare collectively to talk about how we represent the state. But since we put on the spot on the floor, could you provide some clarification with respect to the legislative pay cut that I don't believe is actually in the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the bill as currently drafted applies to employees of, and I referred to earlier employees of the executive branch, but it does apply to all state employees, employees of the executive branch, employees of the legislative branch, and employees of the judicial branch, as well as employees of NSHE and PERS. With respect to pay for legislators, the issue of legislator pay is not addressed in this bill. That pay is set in NRS 218A.630. So that issue is, this bill would not change anything with legislator pay.
Okay, so you were just clarifying that it was the executive and state employees, not just executive.
Correct.
So,
It's employees of the legislature, employees of the judicial branch, all state employees.
thank you, Mr. Fernley. Other questions? Let me make sure I'm not missing anyone. All right, I want to make sure to take the time. I don't think that we have any other questions. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fernley. With that, we will move on to Assembly Bill 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernley. If we can confirm that a presenter is prepared on Assembly Bill 2.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
1 minute recess.
1 minute recess. I'm sorry. If we could come back to order. I hope that Mr. Fernley is still around because I skipped an important step. As well as Ms. Brown and supporting cast. No, I'm sorry, BPS, and I see someone here for AB 2. We have to actually go back to AB 1 for a moment.
Mr. Chair, this is BPS. Mr. Fernley left. We are reaching out to get him back in right now.
Thank you. Then if we can remain in recess just for a minute. I think everybody in this room but me realized that we still needed to do testimony and support or opposition. Thank you for returning for us, Mr. Friendly. Is Ms. Brown available as well?
Hello.
All right. I believe we could, BPS, if we could make the lines available for testimony, I will first go for testimony via the phone line in support of AB 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will start with testimony in support of the bill. Callers, if you are for the bill, press *9 now to raise your hand, and we will take callers in order. Any callers that are in support of the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Thank you. I will now call on anyone calling in wishing to testify in opposition to AB 1.
Callers, anyone in opposition, please press *9 now to raise your hand, and you will be called in order. And we will start with our first caller with the last three numbers of 441. Please slowly pronounce and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin. Caller with the last three digits, 441, you may now begin. Okay, we'll go on to the next caller. Caller with the last three digits of 480. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may now begin.
Hi, my name is Gordon Milden, Gordon, last name Milden, Milden. I'm a state employee and a member of ASME Local 4041. I'm just calling in opposition to AB 1. I just feel that every time there's a crisis, financial crisis when it comes to the state, that the first thing that happens is that, we'll slash and cut the pay and benefits of state employees and problem solved. It seems that way. I do not wish to be disrespectful, but that's just how it seems. And it seems this is what's happening again. I would like to think that before they start to cut employee salary and benefits, that perhaps there's some other types of actions that can't happen before they start, as it were, feeding on our own. there's a pandemic going on, and there's a lot of people that rely on state services more than ever. And you know, when it comes to the people of Nevada, sometimes this is the only place they can go to is the help that we provide. Because we're still doing our jobs, we're still out there like doing the best we can with what we have, and to pile this on top of us, it just seems very convenient. And it's frustrating sometimes. A lot of times it's frustrating. And it seems like when it comes to a shared sacrifice, it seems that there's some of us that are sharing more than others, constantly sharing more than others. And I would like to think that there's an alternate that can be looked into before when it comes to slashing the pay of employees, furloughs and merit pay. It's just that, wow. It's like, here we go again. It appears that the collective bargaining bill that got passed, we could have some honest upfront and just dialogue between union and with the governor's office or with the legislature or with anybody who will willing to listen. But we do have ideas, and it just seems that nobody wants to hear from us, and that just I feel it's a big shame. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, and I want to say for the record that this is the reason that even in a special we are providing public comment. We absolutely want to hear from folks that have a position on these issues. So with that, if we could move on to the next person wishing to offer testimony.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 103. Please slowly pronounce and spell your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Paige Menicucci, and I am a state employee, and I am underneath your classifications between of the 20 through 29. I'm against this bill. I have also gone through the Great Recession and lost my position with a local Reno quasi-governmental agency. So I know what these people are going through, and especially the admin who are already their income is disappropriate to everyone else, and this will cause a hardship for them, as it will cause for me. I want to thank Senator O'Neill and Senator Moreno for addressing this, because I'm right there. I mean, we can't do this on the backs of our state employees. We're dying out here. I'm making half of my salary that I did. I took a tremendous pay cut, of course, because I was so invested in the state and I love what I do. I'm passionate. I work for safe drinking water. We provide such an enormous our state needs us. You need us. I'm working from home. I'm putting in more hours and I'm working more efficiently now. And I just hope that you guys, look at this and please don't pass this bill. We're working families. I drive from Reno to Carson, go to work because I'm passionate about what I do. I want to do something for our state and do something that's right. And this bill is not right for our state, and it's not right for our employees. Thank you.
Ma'am, before you go, if you could spell your name so we have an accurate record.
My name is Paige, PaigeMenicucci.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we will move on to caller with the last 3 numbers of 111. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to begin.
Hi, my name is Janelle Woodward. It's Janell. last name Woodward. And I am a state employee working for the Division of Emergency Management. I do oppose this bill, AB1, and I just want to say that as a state employee, we've seen cuts already with the last economic downturn and with our employee benefits as well. As a cancer survivor, our benefits were cut when the state changed from our old plan to the current plan of benefits. And I was left with thousands of dollars in debt that was not covered by insurance that had been covered by our former plan. And so to have that as an issue and still currently pay, up against bills because cancer doesn't go away, it continues on and on for the rest of your life. And so with these added bills and then facing a potential pay cut and furlough days and the loss of a merit increase, that just totally is a huge detriment to my well-being. I'm a single person with one income. And so this is highly impacted to my life, and I know it is to many others as well. So I do oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 211. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
My name is Robert, last is Burchard, Borchardt. I've been a state of Nevada employee for 22 years. I currently hold a supervisor position. I have previously served my country as a United States Marine. I'm born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada. I currently, and for the last 6 years, are raising a family on a single income. The last round of furloughs, which for me was 340 hours, loss of special pay, loss of longevity pay. Unfortunately, I lost my house through a short sale because I could not pay required bills and house payments due to the loss of income due to furloughs. I still have not recovered from the last round of furloughs. State of Nevada employees are your first line of defense to protect Nevada. We are already shorthanded at work, and furloughs and pay cuts would further place Nevadans and tourists in danger. And what I mean by that, 3 million people live in the Las Vegas Valley, not including the 51 million tourists that come into Las Vegas just by airplane, and this was previous to COVID-19. I sometimes have only 9 to 12 employees working the roadways to help others in their time of need. I'm against Assembly Bill number 1 because it will further hurt Nevada families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 981. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are unmuted and may now begin.
Kathy Vonk, Kathyvonk. I'm a state employee. I work for NHP, and I'm opposed to AB1. During the recession of 2008, employee pay and benefits were cut, and many years of furloughs were implemented. When times improved, although raises resumed, the pay was not restored to where employees should have been, and that money is lost forever. This equated to up to $200,000 lost per employee. For the next 2 years, furloughs will cost each employee $6 to $7 grand per year, equaling $12,000 to $14,000 per employee. On top of that, we'll lose 5% merit pay increase for 2 years, which is another $6,000 to $15,000 loss. State employees will lose up to $30,000 over the next 2 years on an already low rate of pay, and we are 30% less than our county and municipal counterparts. After working through the pandemic, putting themselves at greater risk while providing essential public safety duties with no hazardous duty pay, now they will lose $30K over the next 2 years that will never be regained. We will never be made whole to where our pay level actually should be. We have never recovered from the last round of furloughs and pay freezes. If this passes, this will make 7 total years lost merit raises equating to 35% in pay and 672 hours of furlough loss of pay times 7 total years is 32% loss. The furlough is 32%, then a loss of 7 years merit pay, 5% times 7 is 35%. You add those two together, that's a total of 67% of our pay that we've lost. Our workforce is already below acceptable and safe levels because the state does not currently pay well, comparatively speaking. If AB1 passes as is, even more state employees will leave, and job safety and security will be at even more unsafe and unacceptable levels. Do not pass AB1. Find other ways to redistribute and save, such as casino taxes, mineral taxes, marijuana money, and top-level school district administration pay, and others. $51 million is a drop in the bucket for casinos and mineral mines. Rather than decimate your state employee workforce, please find another way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 071, please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Brian Lamb. I work for the state. I work for the Department of Transportation. I absolutely oppose this bill. We've already done this once to us, and I lost a house over it. I have 2 children, a wife, dogs. I've already lost one house over this, and I don't want to do it again. It is not fair. Other municipalities do not have to go through this. It always comes down on the backs of us state workers. And I walk these roads, and I've been tagged by cars. I had a broken arm from a car hitting me. I do not want to work hard and have you take my pay, especially when I heard earlier that the legislators are not going to have to take pay cuts. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If there are any new callers on the line that are opposed against the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand to speak. And we will go with the caller with the last 3 digits of 721. Caller, please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Deborah Hines. That's D-E-B-boy-O-R-A-H Henry. Hines, H Henry, I India, in Nancy, D Deborah, S Sam. Thank you for this time. I am also a state employee and heavily oppose this bill, AB1, due to the fact also I have been working the front lines from the get-go. I work for adult mental health, and I have had to take on numerous duties. Now, my staff, as amazing as it is, they work from home, and without them, I couldn't do my job with the additional task. I am constantly worrying about our personal protective equipment. We constantly have to scrounge for gloves, masks, gowns as it is. However, without our services, our clientele would not be able to produce a safe life and be able to go out into community feeling safe. Our numbers would grow considerably, and we would not have the staff to cover their medical and physical and mental needs. Please do not do this. I cannot tell you how much you need, and we cannot help our community be safe, and safety for us and safety for our co-workers. Because without every inch of our staff, we would falter. I thank you for your time. Please take our right, and we oppose this bill. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Caller with the last three digits of 441. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Livingston, Alejandra Livingston. I am a public sector employee. I am an economist and a member of AFSCME Local 4041. I oppose this bill. I experienced furloughs during the Great Recession. And in the 24 years that I have been a state employee, I learned that we're all expected to constantly do more with less. I understand that COVID-19 has affected the global as well as the local economy. And as an economist, I understand that our local communities have been particularly impacted given the hospitality, gaming, and retail industries are major resources of revenue for Nevada. As a Nevadan, I have been touched personally by the pandemic, given my husband's job loss and inability to find gainful employment since the month of March. As a state employee, I understand the effects of the furloughs and merit pay freezes we face because we lived through them just 10 years ago, and several research studies have concluded that many of the lost jobs were not regained, and those of us who stayed in the workforce have to do more with less. As an economist, a Nevadan, and a state employee, I am calling you today because the cuts being proposed will not only hurt public employees, but will hurt their families and the industries that serve them. In fiscal year 2021, state employees received a 3% COLA. However, insurance premiums increased by 24.4%, and this represents a 1.03% loss of our gross salaries, plus a 0.75% loss from the increase in the retirement contribution rate for non-police and fire employees. Americans spend 80% of each dollar that they earn and save 20%. And an increase in government spending increases consumers' income, and the opposite is true when government spending is reduced.
And ma'am, if you could try to wind down, we're beyond the 2 minutes.
Okay, so the COLA was only a 1.2% increase and not a 3% increase. And when personal income is $50,000 and is reduced by 5.78%, spending declines $2,186. And for a middle class family, this is their car insurance and their utility bill for a year. And since we're all together in this one, I urge you not to pass this bill and to consider other ways to offset revenue loss. Our corporate neighbors currently enjoy large subsidies, fair access, deductions, and low tax rates. And it is time that our corporations share in the sacrifices that you're asking us to make.
Ma'am, if
Thank
you could,
you.
I was going to say, if you could provide it in writing, if you had more to say, then we'll gladly include that as part of the record.
Okay.
Caller with the last three digits of 009. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Janine Harvey, Janine, last name Harvey, Harvey. And again, another state employee who is opposed to this bill. I was also around when they had the first furloughs and cuts. I work for Children's and Family Services, and I am one of the people who have not been able to work from home. I've been having to come to work every day with no hazard pay, working because we work for children and children mental health. in a residential facility, so we're not able to shut down. We're not able to send the kids home. We have to still work with children and families in person. And I don't think it's fair for what we're called as essential employees, and yet we're still going to be taking pay cuts. And to me, it just doesn't seem fair. If maybe we can even discuss a furlough, but keep the merit increases, or vice versa, instead of taking our merit increases and making us have furloughs. I think it's going to have a detrimental effect for those who have, especially for those who have, even if you don't have families to take care of, it's just going to hurt our pockets. And in the times that we're in, we are definitely going to need all the resources we can. And I just think that this bill is very unfair, and you should take that into consideration, that people, especially essential employees, are still on the front lines, and we shouldn't have to take any cuts. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any new callers in opposition of the bill? Please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. And we will go with caller with the last 3 digits of 902. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Ken Edmonds, Kenedmonds. I am a state employee and proud member of AFSCME Local 4041, and I oppose AB 1. When times get tough, state employees are always asked to take cuts. As Nevada recovers from the Great Recession, state employees went 5 years with furloughs and without merit pay increases, setting us behind in our careers and financial security. State workers and the communities we serve are always asked to make sacrifices, while corporations enjoy low tax rates, subsidies, and deductions. It's time for corporations to share in this sacrifice. As Nevada recovers from the current pandemic, making cuts to state workers will only slow our economic recovery. Cut corporate subsidies, not working families. Don't cut out merit pay or implement furloughs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And we will go on to caller with the last 3 digits of 613. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
My name is Clarabelle Zethenia. My name is spelled C-A-R-I-B-E-L. Last name is spelled Z-E-C-E-N-A. My name, I am a state employee and also a proud member of Local 4041. I am a supervisor with Early Intervention Services. I'm calling to also speak in opposition to AB 1. I understand the situation that we're in. We've been working the whole time and providing services to the families of Nevada, and was also a part. I joined the state during the Great Recession and also participated in furloughs and pay freezes during the last recession. So at this point, it's sad that we know that our state has not changed its income structure, that every time we hit an economic recession, we depend so much on tourism. Our state needs to do something else about how it gets its money, because every time this happens, we're going to be the ones that keep getting hit because we do not diversify our tax revenue. So now what we are being asked as state employees is to take the hit again. So I'm asking this legislative body to take into consideration other options, because we still have not recovered. So at this point, we need to also look at different options and looking at the different revenues and where other people are not taking cuts. And we need to make sure that we we do what we can to not burden more our state employees who are running, really running the state services. I applaud Governor Sisolak. I think he's doing a great job handling the pandemic, and I applaud this legislative body because I know that you are under a difficult situation, but we need to look at and negotiate other revenues and take into consideration the employees who work very hard and love what they do for the state. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next caller with the last three digits of 294. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
I'm a state. Hello, my name is Ryan Higgison. I am a state employee and member of AFSCME Local 4041 and
Ma'am,
work
could you
for
spell
the
your
Division
name
of
for us so
Welfare.
we have a clear
I
record?
oppose AB1. Every time when times
Ma'am.
got tough, our state employees
Hello?
are always asked to take cuts. As Nevada recovered from the Great Recession, state employees went 5 years without furloughs and without merit pay increases, setting us behind in our careers and financial security. Our state workers and communities we serve are always asked to make sacrifices and get tax rates, cuts, subsidies, and deductions. We are essential workers, and since this has started, we have been on the front lines from day one, trying to serve our fellow Nevadans to make sure everyone has food, medical, and cash assistance. As Nevada recovers from the current pandemic, making cuts to state workers will only slow our economic recovery, cut corporate subsidies, not working families. Don't cut our merit pay or implement furloughs. Once again, my name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Higgison, H-I-G-G-A-S-O-N. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 983. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is William Ledford, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, L-E-D-F-O-R-D. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Lutheran Engagement and Advocacy in Nevada, and I wanted to speak in opposition especially because of all of these testimonies I'm hearing, that it sounds like these cuts are happening in the places that we need the support the most, and people that have given so much already and do so much to support our state. And based on our social statement on economic life, we understand that this is a hard time and people may need to carry a burden, but the burden should be proportional to the ability to carry it. And so asking those who can carry more to carry more, not asking those that have already carried enough to carry even more. And that is the sum of my testimony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Any new callers in opposition of the bill, please press *9 to raise your hand. And we will go with caller 013. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
My name is Cedric Williams. That's C-E-D-R-I-C. Last name Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. I'm not only a state Nevada employee with the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services here in Carson City, I'm also the president of my local chapter with AFSCME, the Sierra Range chapter, Local 4041 here in Carson City. I am raising my voice along with my brothers and sisters with AFSCME and with state Nevada employees, and basically saying the same thing that you're hearing from everyone else. I hear people talk about, us being in a situation where our raises were frozen frozen for 5 years. It was closer to 10 years we went without a raise. And we were experiencing furloughs. We just got those back about 2 years ago. I actually stood behind our governor when he signed into the legislature Senate Bill 135, allowing us to have a seat at the table to collectively bargain. And to be honest with you, we didn't get that opportunity to sit at the table. All of a sudden, we had these budget cuts, and we weren't asked to be there. We didn't have a say in it, and we have a right to have a say in that. At this point in time, you know, I'm dealing with my brothers and sisters who cannot afford to put food on the table, clothes on the backs of the children, can't even send them to college, and now there's more budget cuts being imposed yet again on the back of state of Nevada employees. This has to stop. My name is Cedric Williams. That's all I've got.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits of 691. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits of 691. You may now speak.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Baker. That's Jenniferbaker for the record. I've been a state employee. I am a child who was a previous state employee, and I retired from the casino industry as a gaming executive before I became a small business owner. So I'd like to speak on my own personal experience. I'm calling in opposition to AB1 because I am in support of the statements that were previously made by Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod and Monroe Marino, as I strongly believe it's the right thing to do to allow a more than one-size-fits-all approach to the furlough options that are being given to the state employees. The last time the state employees were forced to take the furlough days from a previous economic downturn, it was devastating to some of them and frustrating to almost all of them. We heard about it for many years. I see the situation creating the same ill will and challenges that it created last time. So I'd like to see if there's another option, and I've heard it out there already, that maybe we allow the state employees to choose for themselves what works best for their personal situation. The same way that casinos have done it in the past with what they called the CCLOA, the Company Convenience Leave of Absence. Everyone at that time in the last financial downturn, when the Indian gaming companies took over across the country, our gaming companies were all hit difficult times, and they allowed the employees to take up to a certain amount of time off each year to allow them to readjust their budgets, but also give them additional time that other employees could take additional days from them back and forth. It just comes down to, we don't have a crystal ball to help everybody with one solid decision, so we should allow them to decide for themselves what works best for them. Some of them have multiple incomes coming in and can afford to take more days off, and some are in financial situations where they can't. Why can't we allow them, if you have to force a minimum amount of days off for every employee of the state, fine, but also allow them the option of taking maybe up to 90 days per year off moving forward and hold them harmless in their voluntary time off.
And ma'am, if you could wind down, we're beyond the 2
more
minutes.
importantly, allow them to transfer the furloughs back and forth from one employee to another. It just seems to make common
Ms.
sense
Baker, if
that
you
we
could wind
allow
down.
our incredible state employees to be the incredible human beings that they are and help each other out the way they have been helping each other out through difficult times for so long. And I just appreciate all of you with your thoughtful considerations of my suggestions and appreciate your time today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any new callers opposed to the bill, please press *9. Any new callers, please press *9. And we will go with caller with the last 3 digits of 821. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Tracy. Praci, last name Raspberry, Rasberry. And I am calling in, letting you know that I am opposed to the AB1. I am a state employee. I work for the Department of Motor Vehicles. And again, this will be my second time experiencing furloughs. And the first time I experienced the furloughs were when I just graduated from college with a degree. I have a dual degree, but could not participate in that degree due to the hiring freezes, the risk of not having stability. And now my degree has been wasted because after that, I kind of lost some of the knowledge or didn't get that experience, that hands-on experience. I am still working with the DMV. I am a supervisor. I am opposed because this will be the second one. I have already been maxed out. You guys have not reviewed our steps. We're one of the lowest paid entities, and I'm already claiming more than I should just to make my ends meet on a weekly basis. So I am definitely opposed, and there's a lot of us that are maxed out. We don't have step increases. We don't have the cost of living, but yet everything continues to go up, including our insurance premium, along with taxes, etc. So no, I need you guys to try and research or do something else with the funds because I'm tired of suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Caller with the last three digits of 691. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
My name is Casey Hennekens, Kasey. Hennekens is Huennekens. If it's not clear to you guys, there was no one on the for side for AB1. And you have all these people who are opposing it. I am against this bill. You know, every time it comes down onto us, we were there working, front lines, out in the danger, and you guys are going to reward us by cutting our pay. You know, we don't have the manpower as it is. It's hard to get people and keep people. So you really need to find something else to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any new callers opposed to the bill, please press *9 on your phone. Any new callers? And we will take caller with the last three digits of 091. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Can you confirm that we're on AB2 now? Sorry. My name's
We are not on AB2. We are
Okay, I will
taking
call up.
testimony on AB1.
Thank you. Any new callers opposed to the bill? Please press *9 on your phone. Any new callers? Mr. Speaker, that is it for opposition of the bill.
Thank you. I'll call for anyone who wished to offer testimony in a neutral position, if there is anyone.
Mr. Speaker, there are no more callers for opposition of the bill.
Thank you very much. Now we are able to conclude with Assembly Bill 1 and move on to Assembly Bill 2. I do believe I saw Mr. Valardita prepared to present AB2. So if we give it a minute just for them to set up participants.
Mr. Valardita just joined the conference. Should be ready in just a moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Valardita just joined the conference. Should be ready in just a moment, Mr. Chair. You are live in the chambers, Mr. Valardita. You are live in the chambers, Mr. Valardita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin?
Thank you, Mr. Valardita. We can hear you. If you can state and spell your name and commence with the presentation for AB2.
My name is John Velardita, John I'm the Executive Director of the Clark County Education Association, largest teachers union in the state.
You are live in the chambers, Mr. Valardita.
Representing the 5th largest school district in the country. I'm here today to present on AB2 with an amendment that we have offered up. And what I'd like to proceed with is some kind of context as to why I'm presenting this. You know, I was part of the drafting and support and moving passage of AB 394 in 2015 and then subsequently AB 469 in 2017. That was the reorganization of the school district in Clark County. And so I was privy and honored also to be part of a process that helped actually draft some of the language that became bill. And I know firsthand what the meaning and intent of it has been. Today, AB2, as presented, is going after a very important provision in the reorganization bill, and that's the carryover dollars. And so I'm going to walk through what this amendment is in a minute, or this bill is, along with our amendment in a minute. But I'd like to just start off by saying why would we be presenting on this, and we're very concerned. It's about 195,000 students that are part of SB 178 and Read by 3. These are the students that receive those funds that won't get those funds if the cuts proceed as have been proposed. And so we're not moving away from our position. We'd love to see these cuts rescinded. We'd love to see revenue introduced so that we're not looking at these kind of changes. And if that happens, we would say, don't pass bills like this. But given where we're at today, that's not the case. So this is not a bill about a clawback for the Clark County Central District to try to secure money from the schools. It's just not about that. We wouldn't be party to it. This also is not about allowing simply principals at building levels make decisions that are kind of like out of their hands when we're talking about 195,000 students in the aggregate. This is really about, given the circumstances with no revenue and these cuts that look like they're going to be passed, about doing the right thing for the most disadvantaged kids in our school district. And these are working class kids of color. They depend on SB 178 and they depend on the Read by 3. I mean, the facts speak for themselves. There's 217 buildings that SB 178 goes to. That's 45,000 kids. And for Read by 3, 177 buildings get approximately $16 million, and they service 150,000 kids. So that's what's driving our discussion today in terms of why we're involved and why we've offered up the amendment. I want to talk about the carryover dollars because I think there's some misinformation about that. And I think the legislature and the community at large needs to understand a little bit more about what we really are talking about when we talk about carryover dollars. So I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to how much carryover dollars are left in the school precincts and what does it really mean and where should they go. But before I go back to that, I do want to now read what AB2 is. Again, I want to remind everybody, we have submitted an amendment, and the amendment to AB2 is the last sentence in the first section. This is the reason why we would be in support of AB2 as amended. So AB2 has 3 sections. The first section basically talks about the carryover provision under AB 469 and how it would be amended one time. And I'll go back to that in a minute. The second section of AB2 talks about if there is money that is secured by Central of these carryover dollars from school precincts, it can't be used for a series of things that are outlined in Section 2. And those series of things are the fiscal responsibility of the Clark County School District. In other words, you can't use school precincts money to pay for the items that are listed in Section 2. And then Section 3 of AB2 essentially defines again what a large school district is, that's Clark, what a school precinct is, that's an individual school. And it also ends by saying that the effective date, if this was passed, is upon approval. So that's kind of like the gist of what AB2 is. Now I want to go into the specifics. So Section 1, which is the most important piece of this proposed legislation, says the following. I'm going to walk through this and then I'm going to explain it. It starts by saying, notwithstanding the provisions of NRS 388G 650, that's the provision that spells out the carryover under the law. Notwithstanding the provisions of NRS 388G .650 to the contrary, for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2020, so it's only 1 year, this one starting July 21, a large school district may treat any year-end balance carried forward by a local school precinct as an unrestricted fund balance for the purpose of providing instructional services and programs to local school precincts, and here's where our amendment is, that have lost funding resulting in service and program reductions. This section basically is saying for 1 year only, this fiscal year starting July 1, any carryover dollars in these school precincts can become unrestricted dollars by the school district to be used for instructional services and programs back to those same schools that have lost funding resulting in service and program reductions. And clearly, SB 178, Read by 3 are the principal reduction in service and programs that Clark County, as long as the state, but Clark County would be facing. So that's Section 1. Again, Section 2, basically says that money can't be used for the district's fiscal responsibilities. And what are some of those fiscal responsibilities? Well, negotiations, transportation, food service, risk management, financial services, legal services. The list goes on. That's what 2A is when it refers to A to F, J to M, O to R, T, and U. It just cites what the district's obligation is under statute to pay for certain things that they're responsible for. And then B basically says any other administrative function unrelated to the direct provision of instructional services and supports. So what 2 basically says is if there is carryover dollars in 1 that the school district uses to provide service, instructional service and program for those school precincts that have seen a reduction in those programs, it can only use it for that purpose. It can't use it for any other purpose. So number 2 is like a firewall around that. So that's the gist of what AB2 is. Now I want to talk about the impact of these carryover dollars, because look, again, I was part of proposing language that essentially said if we're going to give autonomy to the local schools, if there's going to be a decentralized delivery system where on the front line in the school, the hub of delivery, we have to give them the resources and the control of those resources to do what they're going to do, and that's teach kids. When we talked about the carryover dollars in 2019, or I should say before it was passed and going into 2017, excuse me, the carryover dollars were essentially to prevent the school district from engaging in a practice that it had been doing for years, and that was primarily salary savings, attrition dollars that would be budgeted for all the schools, never used because they didn't fill the positions, and it would go right back into central administration, used at their discretion. What 2017 did by passing AB 469 would put a halt to that. And it basically said, if schools had leftover money, that it stays with them and it rolls over into the next year's budget to be used by them. So we still support that concept. We think that's a good concept, that that money goes to the child, to the students in the building, and it should stay there. And if it's not fully used, it should be carried over to the next school year and be used. But here's the reality right now around carryover dollars and how they match up to these draconian cuts around SB 178 and RB and the read by 3 numbers. So the school district right now hasn't closed out its books for the fiscal year we just ended. So we don't know exactly what the carryover dollars will be. That will occur sometime in August or September. The school district can be asked about that. We've heard it could be as high as $120 million, but until there is a reconciliation of that budget and a true up of what costs are and what money is left over, we don't know that. So what we did, and this is what drove part of our reasoning to look at this AB2, is we looked at this year's experience of carryover dollars. And it's and how does it work compared to the cuts that our schools are going to be facing if you proceed with the cuts that the governor has proposed? Well, there's 217 schools that get SB 178 money. I've shared that. 45,000 kids are part of that. And there's 177 schools that got read by 3. There's 155,000 kids. Well, this is the real story in terms of the carryover dollars. First off, those schools are the poorest schools in Clark County School District. There's a reason why they have this money going into the schools. SB 178 targeted the bottom quartile of student proficiency, where it never was being reached before, and it follows that kid into that class. 81% of those schools, 81% of the 217 schools for SB 178, 81% of the 177 schools that are funded by Read by 3 will not have any carryover dollars to backfill the cuts that you're talking about. They won't have them at the level they'll need to sustain these programs. Again, I'm going to say, there is no carryover dollars in these schools. They're so underfunded to sustain these programs if you cut 178 and Read by 3. And then the remaining 19% barely have enough to meet the needs at the level they're currently at. So if there's an influx of student needs, they're going to fall further behind. I want to point out also 139 schools have both SB 178 and Read by 3 funds going into them. Those are the poorest and the most hardest hit schools. 95% of them will have absolutely no carryover funds of any significance to continue these programs. Only 8 of those schools will. And so when we look at these cuts and we look at what was the purpose of the carryover dollars were to serve students, not for projects for principals or for the central district, but to service students. And in this case, we're looking at a provision in the law that restricts it to the school precinct, which we support. But now we have these extenuating circumstances, significant circumstances, that once you pull out all that money, there's no such thing as significant carryover dollars in these buildings to supplant or backfill, I should say, SB 178 and Read by 3. Just doesn't exist. We have 61 schools in the Clark County School District, very affluent schools. These are the suburb schools. They're going to have 17% of these carryover dollars. They don't have one kid for SB 178. They don't have one kid for Read by 3. They'll have their money, but it won't be used for the most neediest. And so that brings us to why we're supporting with the amendment we put in. If there is no additional revenue, if there is no rescinding of these cuts proposed around 178 and Read by 3, then we must use these carryover dollars for what they were intended to use. The facts that I just laid out to you are the facts that tell a narrative for those that will want to step up and say, oh no, we'll have enough carryover dollars, and the autonomy and the decision-making and the people who know best, the principal and the staff in the school, they'll figure out how to backfill. It's not going to happen. The reality is there won't be enough money if these cuts take place. And then finally, I just want to say, there's also a certain degree of misinformation around how a budget and how it's developed and how the use of carryover dollars take place. You know, we have these school organizational teams, but under the law, there's only one person and one person only that has authority to develop a budget in a school, and that's a principal. That principal can get some advice from their school organizational team, but if the principal develops the budget and wants it that way, it can move forward. And in many cases, the practice is the principal develops the budget and presents it to the school organizational team. So this idea that the people who know best can make the decision if we just let them have the money, two things wrong with it. The reality is, one, a lot of these schools are not going to have this carryover dollars to deal with the cuts that you guys are proposing. And two, it's really just going to be a principal's decision. You know, there'll be some that get input from parents and teachers and support staff, and we appreciate that. We encourage that. But in the end, only one person has real autonomy, and that's the principal. So, Mr. Speaker, to sum up, AB 2, with the amendment that CCA has proposed, absent any additional revenue or rescinding cuts like 178 or Read by 3, is an attempt to look at carryover dollars in the Clark County School District that could be repurposed with conditions, strict conditions, to go back right into those school precincts that have lost instructional services and programs as a result of these cuts. That's the essence of Section 1 on AB 2. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any kind of questions, comments, etc.
Thank you. I'll go into questions. Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I guess I'm trying to understand the actual purpose, and because the bill seems quite redundant, because the idea is to make sure that the schools and the students that need the funding most keep it, which was the original intent behind that provision in 469, so that that money stayed and principals and SOTs could determine to, save that money and use it for much needed services in the next year. So as the bill states that it would be used for services and programs, I'm not seeing what the purpose of the school district pulling back that money, even though it does say that, there would be limitations on what services, only to give it back to the schools when they're using it on services and programs. I know that one thing that most of us in Nevada agree on is that, and especially in our local communities, we want as much money in the classrooms as possible. So if you could explain again how this money, if it was pulled back from the schools, who would make the determination? How would the determination be made? What services would it be for directly? And what type of accountability and guarantees would the community and the educators and the students have that the money was actually being paid for those direct educational services that they're intended for? And how is that different from what the schools and principals and SOTs would be doing on their own?
Mr. Valadita? BPS, did we lose Mr. Valadita?
No, Mr. Chair, he is here. He is just not unmuting himself.
I don't think you're unmuted. Mr. Valadita, you're not. You're still muted. Can we go to a maybe recess? BPS, is it just a function of touching the screen and unmuting?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am unsure what the technical issue is on his end at this time.
Mr. Valadita,
Mr.
I don't know if you can
Valadita,
hear
on
us.
the bottom.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Valadita, on the bottom left of your screen, you should have an unmute option. Mr. Chair, I'm going to reach out for some contact information for Mr. Valadita to walk him through this, not live in the chambers. right, Mr. Valardita is all set to go. We may have to repeat the questions for him, though.
Assemblywoman Miller?
Okay, so again, my question was going back to the fact that much of this carryover money is coming from the schools that we want it to remain in for those additional services and programs. And again, that the support that the community and educators have around ensuring that as much money is kept locally, specifically in the schools, that my question is, to pull the money back, even with restrictions according to the amendment, why would we do that when the money is there, saved and used with those intentions, but with the oversight, the ability of decision-making between SOTs and principals and community, for us to pull it back only to redistribute it back to the schools with the same intention? What type of guarantees or accountability would the schools have, the community and the SOT groups have, that that's solely what the money would be spent for? And again, it seems redundant to pull the money only to get it back. But again, who would be part of making those decisions of how much money and what money would go to which schools for which services? So who's part of that decision making, and what guarantees and accountability do we have around that decision making?
So good question. Let me answer it this way. So first and foremost, what I tried to lay out by looking at how this recent fiscal year was and the carryover experience, here's the bottom line. If you don't do anything, if you don't change the law, and you allow the carryover to exist the way the law says now, and you proceed with cutting SB 178, Read by 3, and other programs, then most of the schools, 81% of the schools that receive those funds, will not have any significant carryover dollars to deal with those programs. So those programs, for all practical purposes, will end or be contracting significantly, and where these students will not have any kind of service. So the fact of the matter is that it's almost a false dichotomy to think I'll have enough money to proceed to offer the programs on the level that I had for these at-risk kids. So if you want to do that, you can do it. There's just no backfill. The second thing, to your question about the assurance, the accountability, how do you know? Well, the best language that's here now, and it isn't necessarily the perfect language. I think anybody's capable of adding some other language. It basically says two things. The school precinct that has a reduction in service and program can have carryover dollars applied to them for those instructional services and programs that they've lost. So under AB2, the district takes the carryover, so to speak, but then if a school loses money for, say, SB 178, then the district is obligated to return that money or to return the money needed that school says it needs to fulfill, say, the program of 178 or Read by 3. All right. And then I think your other question was the input of the community. You know what? I would love for all of you to go to these schools that are going to be devastated by these cuts. And when they look at their bank account, the carryover, and they see there's not enough to proceed to even maintain a minimum level of service to these at-risk kids, they're going to tell you they don't have any input as a result of it because it's been like taken away from them. But to your point, what we would suggest the way this language is if a school precinct, and hopefully that principal is working with the SOT, the parents, the educators, the support staff, and the community, and hears that they want to maintain SB 178 or Read by 3 or whatever, that they would then go to Central and say, we need this funding to maintain these programs. And that's the best that I would suggest how that would work.
Follow-up, Chair?
Follow up.
Thank you. So with that being said, then wouldn't it be simpler or cleaner to then just mandate that the schools with the carryover funds use their carryover funds for such services as replacing the services through the prospective potential reductions in Read by 3 or 178?
So Assemblywoman Miller, the disparity, the inequity that exists in our school districts, you will have schools that have been so sorely underfunded that are the recipients of 178 and Read by 3, that when you pull that out, they're not going to have any money to sustain these programs to the levels that they were. You'll have schools, and I cited, you have 61 schools that draw down $12 million in carryover dollars. These are schools that are in the affluent areas. They don't have Read by 3 needs because they don't have those kids. They don't have 178 needs because they don't have those kids. They can't, right now, they couldn't use that money and they wouldn't have any money to use. So, but to your point, if you want to draft language that essentially mandates that the restoration of SB 178 and Read by 3 has to be funded by carryover dollars, we would support that language because you would have to take it in the aggregate because that's the disparity that exists in our school district. We have schools that are doing fairly well with money, and then we have a boatload of schools that are so underfunded. You take a little bit out, it has a adverse impact on that school's budget and their instruction.
Could you provide us a list of those schools? Because it seems that, or at least for the edification of the assembly, explain where these actual carryover funds, where these excess dollars are coming from, because it sounds like when you say that some schools are funded better, and yet we know that some schools get so many additional funds to try to help and meet with the needs of the student body, that SB 178, Read by 3, Title I, Zoom Victory, that all of these are essentially additional dollars going into certain schools. So if you could just, when you're saying that, as if kind of making it sound like certain schools in certain areas just they get more money or have this more money and have all this carryover, could you explain exactly where and how the carryover funds are coming from, and then maybe provide a list of the specific schools you're referring to that would be impacted directly?
So one on the issue, Assemblywoman Miller, on the issue of more funding, let me just qualify it and say it this way. It's not so much that they get what laws you have passed. Every school gets what is under statute. So they get what the DSA allocation is per pupil. They get whatever categorical programs or grants that they're getting. They get that. So more funding is relative, I think, in the bigger scheme. What I wanted to say, though, when I said that there are schools that do not have these at-risk kids, they do not have a disadvantaged student population. They seem to be, these are the facts, these are the narrative of the carryover experience from the fiscal year that we just ended. They have more carryover dollars left than the other schools. And the way the law is, they can use it whatever way they want. And that's okay, the way the law is. We don't have an issue with it. What we have an issue with is the disparity that exists in the district, where your most underfunded schools barely have enough to get by with the grant money or the additional money. And then when you pull it out, like Read by 3 or 178, they don't have enough carryover dollars to backfill the loss of that resource for their instructional service and program. And then finally, to your question, look, my data is the school district's data. And so don't take it from me, but I have no problem presenting it to you. You can require this of the school district. And keep in mind, the data that I am referencing is the data for the school year we just closed out. The carryover dollars they had at the start of this school year. The carryover dollars that are going to be available for next school year, this upcoming school year, the district has not closed out their books yet, so we don't know exactly what that money is. But to your question about data, I have no problem sharing this information, but the source of the information is the school district.
And will the school district be presenting as well so that we can request that information?
I can't represent the school district, so you would have to ask them.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Assemblywoman.
Thank you, Chair.
Next is Assemblywoman Neal.
Thank you, Chair Sprierson. So I have a couple of questions, probably three. So I'm really struggling with this bill, mainly because I sat on the reorg for like 2 years. And so what I don't understand is the logic. So you're putting out logic that I disagree with and that I feel is faulty, because to me, the money that was listed in AB 469, which went to the local school precincts, was money that it was unrestricted, but the money that was in the unrestricted categories were some of the categorical funding. And so when I look at the language that says that any year-end balance carried forward by the local school precinct will then be treated as an unrestricted fund. So you're changing it, and I get what you're arguing, what you're saying, these inequities. But when we created AB 469, 394, the idea was to give local school precincts, which are the schools, more control over their money. And to me, it would be better suited for the SOT to make a decision about how to use any carryover funds, because number one, they are the ones dealing with the teachers, hiring the teachers, doing direct service. And so to take it back to central or to the large school district to allow them to then redistribute back to the same exact place that it came from is illogical. To me, that is the false dichotomy, because it doesn't make any sense. So let me get to my question, because I'm really just irritated by this whole conversation. I know that there's inequity, and I reached out to my schools in District 7, which I have majority of the schools that are facing problems, that are dealing with issues and cuts, but they want to hold on to the money. So talk to me about how you're going to deal with the purpose and intent and making sure that these schools, number one, if you sweep it, how there's going to be equity, real equity, being that the schools themselves have control over their money now. How are we going to get equity when you flip the conversation back to the large school district for them to then ask and request for the money back? Because that's not clear, because I'm not buying the actual argument that was made.
So Assemblywoman Neal, I do remember your involvement, and I'm sure you remember mine. And I will say this, and I'll try to repeat it again. There are schools that will have no carryover dollars to replace the money you're going to vote on to take away, and that's SB 178 and read by 3. They will not have a choice to continue the service for those at-risk kids. This is not simply about a school controlling whatever amount of money they have. This is also about providing the most at-risk kids in this example the opportunity to have an education as they might have in another school that doesn't have the same disadvantaged students. So it's not about they're going to take the money from the school and give it right back to that school. What this is suggesting is, in the aggregate, all that carryover dollars could backfill the cuts that you're going to make a decision on those two programs that I'm citing. Now, all of this goes away. You want to pass revenue, don't pass a bill like this. I would support that. So that's one. Two, the decision-making, how this is determined, it's again, the language says that the district cannot use this for any other purpose but for the need in a school precinct that has lost funding for instructional services and programs. That's what it says. I don't know how they would get around that. And if there's a way to make that stronger, we have no objection to that. If we can spell out exactly, look, you want to save SB 178 and read by 3, put it in a bill, or put that language in here, so that those schools don't get the rug pulled from out under them when you make your decisions.
Speaker, quick follow-up.
Quick follow-up.
So, Mr. Valadita, what I'm trying to understand, and I've heard you testify before, but what I struggle with is you told my colleague she could get the evidence or the proof from the school district, but we're having a hearing in a special session. And my question to you is, why not? You put out these numbers, and we understand that it's hard. We understand read by 3. We understand SB 78 was extra dollars that were going to be given to the school. This is above the per pupil. This was above. And so what I'm trying to understand is, I need more than just 81%. I want to see the schools and the numbers for the carryover, and then the separate non-commingled funds that were the SB 178 that are laid out. Because at this point, in order to make a decision like this, which is a very heavy decision, it must be done with evidence and proof. Not just lip service, not sitting in front of a computer, actually spelling out and putting in additional information in the record so we can read and ascertain and educate ourselves and make a thoughtful decision, not based on one testimony, but actual documentation. So do you have any documentation that you intend on uploading in the record today?
So, with all due respect, Assemblywoman Neal, I didn't introduce this bill. We introduced an amendment. I don't know where this bill came from short of the governor. The concept of trying to find a solution as a backfill for the reductions that you're going to make a vote on is something that we felt that we could try to help on. The documentation on the evidence and data that I've cited to you today just acquired it. And it's data that the school district has and the district can provide it. But I have no problem presenting to you what we have, right? Which is school district data. And so this was done as just part of this presentation. So just let the record show, we want revenue, all right? Rescind these cuts. Absent those two, do we want to let these at-risk kids, I mean, you're talking about a lot of kids, the most at risk, go with no backfill on these programs? Because the money in the carryover for a lot of these schools just isn't there. They're not going to be able to do it. So that's why we weighed in on this.
I'm going to move on. I actually have a question, and I do want to point out, because I feel like I've kind of put folks in a bad position. CCEA did not request AB2. CCSD requested AB2, and CCEA provided an amendment that made them in support. And so to the extent that folks understand the genesis of what this bill was, it was CCSD's until the proclamation came out. My question is, could you, just so that we have it clear on the record, because it sounds to me like what you're saying is this money is going towards a good cause for the schools that are getting this money, but if it could be redistributed throughout the whole school district for students that have the same needs outside of this list of schools, that it's your belief that that would be better used to spread out the benefit to needy kids throughout instead of just to specific schools?
Speaker Frierson, I couldn't say other way. That's the best way to frame it. I mean that, and I'm going to say again, as part of developing 469, the intent behind carryover was for those funds to stay with students, to be used in students. The law is written where it's a particular precinct. The circumstances we're facing today, the way you described it is, let's put it in a pool And let's try where some schools are going to have absolutely no ability to replace these programs, but maybe there's resources in another school. That's the approach. That's the idea. So I think you framed it right.
So I believe you mentioned earlier in the introduction that you believe, I just wrote down that it sounded like you said you believed there was only going to be 8 schools that would, moving forward, benefit if nothing changed?
No, so what I was saying is, on the reference of 8, yes, but it's 139 schools have students that get $178 and read by 3. So those are the more challenging schools where they have to have both of those programs. Only 8 of those schools will have carryover dollars to continue those services for those students in those 8 buildings. 95% of that 139 schools won't have the appropriate funding to continue those programs. That's what I was referencing.
So I think so there's 8 schools, if we do nothing, that would benefit or continue to benefit from the money remaining.
Correct.
And could you provide the body with a list of those 8 schools?
Yes.
Okay, and then my last question is, I think you said that if SB 178 and read by 3 were restored, otherwise that would be a policy you would support and we wouldn't need this concept.
Absolutely.
And what is the total amount that would come to? If I'm looking for a pot of gold, what is that amount?
Approximately, for Clark County School District, it's approximately $70 million.
How much?
Approximately $70 million.
And that's just for Clark County?
Correct.
So there would be some associated with SB 178 and read by 3 outside of Clark County?
Correct.
All right, Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the presentation. I was looking into the budget allocations that were presented to the Board of Trustees in Clark County on June 25th, and it seems to me that there are significantly more Title I schools with carryover funds. Can you explain why that is, maybe how carryover funds are accrued?
You mean for Title I? But those are federal dollars, right?
Can I clarify, Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I looked at the budget allocations. The Title I schools that we have in Clark County School District currently have significantly more carryover funds than other schools. Can you explain why that might be and how carryover funds might be accrued?
So, Assemblywoman Torres, the Title I funding would remain because those are federal dollars and they follow that particular student population into that building. What I was citing was not carryover dollars of Title I dollars.
Okay, I was referring to carryover funds, but that's okay. I'll make sure we share the document and see if we can just post it so that my colleagues can take a look at that to see how many Title I schools in Clark County have significant amounts of carryover funds that would then be sent back to the district. I think that's important. Can you explain how carryover funds are accrued? So why do schools have carryover funds?
They're unused, Speaker or Assemblywoman Torres. They are unused dollars in a school precinct's budget. So it could be that they weren't proposed in the budget to be used. It could be that they were proposed for some positions that did not get filled. And as a result, there was dollars saved. That's your salary attrition. It could be that, and in many cases, this is one big source, a funded full-time employee position is not filled with an FTE, but filled with a substitute. And the difference in cost is significantly less. And so the difference in that cost remains in the school as a carryover.
Thank you.
That answers your question.
Thank you. And so some schools, so for example, if a school had less experienced teachers, like the majority of our Title I schools in Clark County, they might be saving more on that salary. Additionally, they are planning their budget knowing that they're gonna be able to use those over the next year, right? So our principals this last fiscal year plan their budget, assuming that if there's cuts, I wanna make sure that we have some pot of money that I can go into, like a savings account. Is that kind of why the principals might do that?
So Assemblywoman Torres, let me just tell you that, yes, the history, because I was part of this and I was adamant about the difference between sub costs and full-time positions should remain in a school for the reasons you just said. And so that's still there. What I want to emphasize is that the nature of the cuts of these two programs in those schools, specifically these Title I schools, when you yank those out, you're not going to be able to continue those programs. 90% of those programs, Assemblywoman Torres, are FTE positions. The Read by 3 is a Read by 3 specialist. SB 178, maybe 80–85% are staffing positions to implement the instructional programs. So if you don't have that money for that, I just think you have less options. But the way you described it, that if you're using a sub and you save the difference between that and the cost of a full-time employee, and you put it in your budget and it's carried over into the next one, you can use it for, maybe you have less money coming in. All I'm saying is the magnitude of these cuts are such that you're not going to be able to survive much unless you just want to get rid of these programs. And then they can do what they can do.
I just have one last question, Chair, if I may. Earlier this week, we met with Superintendent Jara, and he stated that the district does not need this bill. He stated that on the record before the committee when we asked him a little bit about this proposal. So can you explain exactly why you believe that we need this bill when Dr. Jara does not?
So, Assemblywoman Torres, I will be clear once again for you and everybody. This is not our bill. We did not introduce this bill. The governor made a proclamation. This bill came forward. We don't know how you're going to act on the bills that are presented. We saw the reductions in two significant programs for the largest at-risk population in our school district. So, vintage Clark County Education Association, if we see a bill coming, we're going to be involved in the bill to the extent that we can hopefully, play some kind of constructive role. And that's the role here. You'll have to ask the superintendent or the school district their position on this as to why they don't want it. Okay, I'm not going to speak for them, but I want to be clear with every one of you. We did not introduce this bill. Introduce an amendment to a bill.
Assemblyman Asefa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to know if there had been discussion with the principals of the different schools that will be affected by this bill on alternative paths or other options outside of sweeping carryover funds. Thank you.
So, Assemblyman Asafa, this bill was just introduced. So prior to this bill being introduced, we have not had the opportunity to have extensive discussion with any principals around this kind of issue. We've had some discussion with some principals, and I think that some of the principals we've talked to are very empathetic and sympathetic to how this carryover dollars could be used for at-risk students. But I'm not going to try to represent them. I'm not going to represent that we had the opportunity, given that this was just a lot of time to talk to the principals about this.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Chair. And my original question was really well stated by my colleague earlier regarding the documentation and data to support that there are even cases in Clark County in which this bill would actually be effective. And I did get the opportunity to pull up the budget, as my other colleague had stated, and I'm seeing the same trend. I mean, I think that if we were to move forward with this bill, there would have to be a substantive change in the language to suggest that unimpacted schools, which I don't believe there may be any, would have to be subjected to potential reallocation of their their carryover funds. But I just think that it's, yeah, that's more of my comment than my question. I support my colleagues in their statement of why should we support a bill that seems to undermine the original purpose of of giving our principals more autonomy over the funding for their programs in schools. And I continue to question that purpose of this bill and even the suggested amendment to the bill. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, if I can speak to Assemblywoman Peters, it's a simple reason, 195,000 kids. That's who's on the chopping block on 178 and read by 3. And this is a way to try to reallocate some dollars to save those programs for our most at-risk kids. That's it. If you don't want to do it, then that's your decision, just as your decision is to cut $178 and read by 3.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblywoman Douglas Boone.
Thank you, Speaker. So I have a couple of questions and comments. My first question, you mentioned earlier when you stated that the principals are the ones who actually vote on the budget, like they put the vote together, but the principal is not in that room alone. The SOT team is there. More likely than not, once the SOT team meets, they work with the principal to create a budget, and the budget is sent to the district, and oftentimes it's kicked back. How do you propose to help and support the efforts of community members, students serving on those SOT teams to be able to be effective in getting this, if we do vote yes, no, whatever, to be able to have more of a buy-in when getting things to the district?
Great question, Assemblywoman Boone. Real simple. Let's change the law that allows the SOT to have a final vote and say on the budgets. It doesn't exist under the law. So the SOTs have to vote on the school budget, and you're going to give absolute empowerment and autonomy when you do that. 469 doesn't do it. Authority is with this principal. The practice is, and we know this because we monitor 360 buildings, the exception is where you have a very good leader that works collaboratively with their team members, and they come up with budgets and a plan of operation to teach kids. The norm is most of the time the principal puts a budget together and they roll it out to the SOT. But to answer your question, you want to give ultimate authority input, then let's add another amendment that says these budgets have to be approved by the SOTs.
Follow-up, Chair?
Follow-up.
So you stated also that you have spoken with several principals. Of those several principals, 2 questions. did you ask those principals how effective their SOT teams were and if their SOT teams were in favor of this amendment? That's number one. And then the second question was, I'll come back to that question. I got to find my other one. Go ahead and answer that question.
So Assemblywoman Boone, we did not talk about this amendment with principals because again, this bill was just introduced and we just introduced the amendment that you got, as you see today. I will say that the handful of principals that we have had a conversation were very understanding and empathetic around how can some of the carryover dollars be reallocated to schools that don't have carryover dollars to save some of these programs that target the most at-risk kids. But that's a very small handful. We have not had an opportunity to talk to many. My guess is there's probably a lot of principals, notwithstanding that they want to maintain their autonomy and control of these kind of resources, would be very understanding around reallocating dollars to other schools that don't have the luxury when you start making these kind of program cuts to backfill them with money that they don't have in their own school.
One more question, Chair?
Follow up.
So you've mentioned several times that you are not the author of this bill. However, you're advocating for it. And you know that you're advocating for it. Why wouldn't you reach out to those principals and see if you can set up some type of meeting to explain to the SOT teams to help supporting this effort? Because you are leaving them out of the equation to even know what it looks like. Because a lot of the parents or members who serve on the SOT team, they probably wouldn't even know about this bill or what those carryover funds look like.
Assemblywoman Boone, we didn't know about the bill until it was introduced a few days ago. And so we put in an amendment that you now see before you, I think within the last 24 hours. So you've been in session for what, 4 days? We have not had the opportunity. There's 360 schools. There's 300 or more, 360 administrators. We have not had the opportunity in that short period of time to have that kind of robust conversation.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Levitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I had a little issue with the original bill, and I know that you aren't the author of it, but for some of the same reasons, I have questions or maybe comments about the amended part of the bill. It seems like the focus is just, it takes it from the original bill where the funds are allocated by the school district and then disseminated as they see fit, to allocating the funds from the school district allocating the funds and disseminating the funds very specifically. And I don't see a huge differentiation between that, because I probably believe that the school district would do what they believe is in the best interest. But my question is so school by school, all schools are going to realize some cuts. All schools are going to be hurt in some way, shape, or form. And so all schools would seem to have the need for their surplus funds to just continue to perform basic operation to their fullest extent. And so I guess my clarification is how do we reconcile that? How do we say we're going to take your surplus funds that you were planning on using for any disparities that came from budget cuts. And if you don't have these particular programs that we've designed or that we've laid out, you are going to get none of that money back. Is that the intent, or is that the actualization of this?
So let me try to respond. Assemblyman Levitt, I answered your question. One, when you make the cuts that are proposed under SB 178 and read by 3, you are targeting 195,000, the most at-risk students in the Clark County School District. In schools that don't have a lot of money anyway, 217 for SB 178, 177 for read by 3. 139 of those schools have both of those programs. They're not going to have enough carryover dollars to sustain these programs. So really, I guess the way you can look at this, if you don't want to move this and you continue with the proposed cuts, then you're basically taking away these vital programs to 195,000 kids. Because what I'm trying to explain to you is most of these schools will not have the kind of surplus, if you want to call it that, carryover dollars to try to backfill what you're going to be cutting at the state level. They just don't. So the idea behind this is essentially the district becomes kind of like the fiscal agent, looks at all these carryover dollars, and schools that lost funding to instructional services and programs, that money would have to be repurposed to them, all right? And so what are those programs? You're determining those programs. I'm not determining those programs. The SOTs are not determining those programs that are going to be cut in funding. That's the decision before the legislature. The governor outlined his proposed cuts. I'm speaking to 2 of them that affect 195,000 people.
Follow up, Chair. I guess to my question is all schools will realize some cuts, not just schools that have the proposed programs that you're speaking. Am I off there? Am I not correct?
Assemblywoman and Assemblyman Levitt, you are off. Not all schools are going to suffer the kind of cuts that we're talking about. Some schools won't have any cuts. You did not touch DSA per pupil, which we support. You touched categorical programs or grant-based programs. When I say you touch, that's what's being proposed as cuts. Not all schools receive that. So not all schools all of a sudden are going to have a reduction of sort. Unless, of course, you have other things as a legislative body that you make decisions on that then will have reductions and cuts to every school in the Clark. I'm speaking about the Clark County School District.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Watts, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Valardita, for presenting this. I appreciate a few of your comments, so I wanted to give a brief comments on some of those. I appreciate you talking about the importance of going and visiting the schools and seeing what's going on and the services that are provided by Zoom and Victory and SB 178. And I've gone to most of the schools in the district that I represent, pretty much all of which are Title I schools that receive one of these programs. And that's one of the reasons why I expressed concerns about the cuts to SB 178. You know, I've also talked with administrators about the difficulties they have in budgeting year to year, especially with these programs when the funding fluctuates so greatly. I actually have the honor of serving on the Valley High School SOT as a community member. I also appreciate the stated intention behind your amendment to this bill, which is to promote equity and to put some guardrails around where these funds would go. You know, my concern is primarily around where the funds would come from. You know, the schools in the district that I represent, you know, there's 10 of them, and collectively they have $3.7 million in carryover funds that they are counting on to help manage some of the budget uncertainties that we're going through. And while the proposed amendment language that you've provided attempts to direct those towards the services that are being threatened, I'm concerned that the current language of the bill ultimately allows CCSD to pick which school precincts the funding comes from and where ultimately it goes. So in terms of a question, I guess, is that correct, that ultimately the Clark County School District will have the authority to decide which local school precincts they will be pulling carryover funds from and where those funds will be going?
Thank you. So to the first part of your question, again, we did not draft the language of this bill. Having said that, if you look at section 1 and you look at the second line in section 1, where it says for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2020, a large school district may treat any year-end balance carried forward by a school precinct as restricted fund balance. So we view the meaning and intent of may treat any year-end balance carried forward by a local school precinct as all year-end carryover dollars would be subject to this. So we don't view it as the district could select one school and not select another. Now, if the drafter of this language can explain the meaning and intent that's different than that, then we would concur with that. But because we didn't, we would read that as every school, not cherry pick your school. And then I think the second part of your question, and if I forgot, please correct me, where the district, as kind of like a fiscal agent, if you will, repurposes money to school precincts that have lost funding for instructional services and programs. So let's say that these schools that lost their read by 3 strategists and they don't have carryover dollars to continue that. And so that whole class of students that we're trying to bring up their 3rd grade proficiencies, that school doesn't have carryover dollars to continue that program. They would tell the school district that we need funding to carry on the Read by 3 program so that we don't have these kids fall further behind. Why? Because they lost funding that as a result of the cuts. And that's how it would work. The first part of that section 1, we didn't draft. All we drafted at the end was that have lost funding. And the reason we drafted that was it's very prescriptive. In other words, you can't cherry pick where you get the money from, and you can't cherry pick how you give it. It's got to be a backfill to those schools that don't have the ability to continue programs because they've lost the money for it. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Senator Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Valadita. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair? Thank you. That is helpful. I appreciate hearing the intent. I think ultimately we do need to hear from the school district and from principals in the school district. And I don't really have a follow-up question. I would just say that given that looking over some of the the budget numbers from the past fiscal year, and seeing the large carryover balances that are within Title I schools and also our career and technical schools, I would want to see language that puts additional guardrails so that not only are we protecting where these funds go, but also where they are coming from. So thank you.
Assemblywoman Carlton. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to take a little bit higher level view on this bill, and I do appreciate the advocacy. Everyone should advocate for their own students. Mr. Velardita is here advocating for 195,000 students, but last year we had almost 487,000 students in this state. And when we enter the Capitol, yes, we do represent our districts, but we also take care of every kid in this state. The bills that have been referenced, 178 and Read by 3, benefit every child in this state. And to try to come up with a scheme that will take care of Clark County kids and leave kids in 16 other counties behind, I don't believe is why people represented us to come here and fight for every kid in this state. So I do appreciate someone advocating for their children and wanting to take care of their schools, but if we can't come up with a comprehensive solution to address everything in this state, then I don't think it would be fair to the kids in the other 16 counties. That was not a question.
Assemblyman Flores.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I do think it's important, even though this is not a 178 conversation and Read by 3, that we look at legislation as a whole and that we understand how one implicates the other. So I appreciate the presentation and you emphasizing that. And I also echo the sentiment of my colleagues, and this is not, I do have a question, but I just want to make this clear. I do echo the sentiment of my colleagues that we encourage schools to carry money over so that if there was ever a circumstance where there was missing money, that they could utilize that carryover money. And we're about to potentially make a horrible cut. This is exactly the scenario that was created for. And then we're saying, well, we're going to take the money away. But the question that I have, and I was hoping maybe you could provide some guidance. Do you foresee that we're going to encourage wasteful spending? Because if we were telling folk, be fiscally responsible, find ways to prepare, specifically our schools, prepare so that you could carry funds over in a situation where your budget may be cut. And then all of a sudden now we're saying, well, wait a minute, you did all that, you were very responsible, you saved, but now we're going to take that back and put that money in central. Do you think that we may be creating a scenario to where schools, upon learning that that's what's going to happen, they're going to start spending it? So rather than having this fiscally responsible approach where consistently schools are trying to save money and carry those funds over, that we may potentially be creating a scenario where they'll say, well, I don't want to do that. Maybe let me find some places to spend it. Do you see that as being an issue or not?
No, not at all, Senator. Let me explain. So the bulk of carryover dollars short of supplies and whatnot are attrition dollars. Attrition dollars are salary savings. We ended the school year with 500 vacancies in Clark County School District. You do the math at 85,000, it's over 50 million bucks. And you spend significantly less dollars on the substitutes. So that's where the money is saved primarily in these schools. Now there's other areas, but that's not fiscal efficiency. If they filled those jobs, they would have been burning those funding. I know this for a fact. I was part of the 469. The attrition dollars was the bulk of the carryover dollars. And there was language that was put in 469 that requires a principal to hire a full-time employee before they hire a sub, specifically so they couldn't do what you just said, and that is to start creating a little nest egg by having a substitute instead of a qualified teacher in there. And to this day, we fight over that with some of these schools where these principals try to get cute and do it. So no, I don't think it's a question of we're encouraging fiscal efficiency and all of a sudden we're going to send a different message. The other thing I just want to say is this is 1 year. This is COVID-19. That's what we're talking about. 1 year. Can you repurpose dollars to schools that don't have it to continue very, very important programs? That's all. That's what this is. And so I don't think that it sends a message to everybody that, okay, this is going to end and we're never going to be able to do it. Maybe it does, but I don't see it. I think it's sharing what limited revenue. Now, again, I'll say you could avoid this whole discussion. And Assemblywoman Carlton, I agree with you. You can avoid the whole discussion and find a statewide solution by getting more revenue or don't make these kind of cuts.
And thank you for that, and I appreciate that. And the only other thing that I'll share anecdotally is, I know we haven't had an opportunity to speak with all our principals, but I have been messaged, and some folk, and again, it's anecdotally, it's just a couple that reached out, have expressed concerns. And they did mention that they have in fact been planning to be able to roll over some money because they knew that we were going to be in a tough situation, that they have had that in their mind. So I think they would disagree partially with your statement, but I agree with you. Obviously everybody here would prefer not to be cutting anything. And that's the real solution, absolutely, but our hands are tied. But thank you.
Assemblyman Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I wanted to make sure I understood that you said that you're looking for $70 million in order to save the programs. And what I'm curious about is, even though you don't have solid numbers yet, are your best, most optimistic estimates of how much carryover money is there, is it even close to 70 million? Or are we going for a bridge too far? And if we don't have that, then by taking the money from the schools that do have some carryover, aren't we really, saying that no school should have any carryover, punishing them for having been smart about their money somehow? Because I know my schools have struggled to, build up a little bit of a nest egg by being fiscally responsible and creative, and they use that money for stuff that they don't get from the schools or from the school district, or they don't get enough. And we're about to be cutting things like teachers training, classroom supplies, the JAG program, CTE, and a whole host of other programs going to be cut from every school. So the schools that have a chance to preserve some of that because they've been so smart about their money or fortunate or what have you, it seems as though we're going to punish them and everyone's going to become a loser. So are we even close to having the amount of money you're looking for, or is this kind of a futile effort where nobody will really win?
Thank you, Assemblyman Edwards. So 154 million and 178, 16 million in read by 3. That's not our figure. That's Governor Sisolak's figure in terms of the impact on Clark County School District on his proposed cuts for SB 178 and read by 3. So just to let the record show. 2, we don't know officially yet what the carryover dollars will be going into this school year for Clark County School District. I'm not in a position to answer that question. Only the Clark County School District can. But what we have heard is it could be upward of $120 million. They don't have that yet because the books have to be closed out. They have to reconcile that. They have to true up their real costs and expenses in each of all the schools as well as district-wide. My understanding is the timeline for that is August or September. So the last part of your question, I think, is very similar to other people who've asked, unless I misunderstood it. Again, this is an attempt to repurpose dollars to schools that will have absolutely no money to continue these programs. If you don't want to continue these programs, then we shouldn't be talking about this bill. It's that simple. If you continue these programs and you don't want a bill like this, then don't cut the bills or the programs. If you don't want a bill like this and you don't want to cut those programs, then find revenue. This is a no-win situation for everybody. There'll be a record out of this session, and there'll be a record that people will have to stand behind on the decisions. And I'm talking about, when I reference SB 178 and read by 3, these are not programs that are comparable to some of the other programs that are on the chopping block. These are programs that target the most vulnerable students that we have in Clark County School District. They lost a year of education when we went down for 3 months on COVID-19. These are kids that don't have connectivity, they don't have devices, they have challenges in their household due to the economic downturn. And now we're going to start the school year and they're not going to have money for 178 for additional services they need for the bottom 25% student that's at risk in their proficiency, or 150 some odd thousand kids that need intervention to be at the reading proficiency levels. That's what this is about. And to Assemblyman Flores' comment, this is what drove our participation in it. Those two programs are significant.
For the last question, Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you. I know you got a lot of hard decisions to make, and I know that last session when they did the reform bill on schools and it changed the state constitution, or it hadn't been done yet, but the impact back on the rural schools were massive. Eureka County alone was 4 million. I think Elko County was 13 million that was froze. As we go back and go through this, now take another hit. Have you got anything? I know that my colleague from 14 can probably answer every penny of this money that went out through there, that redid the whole program of the way the school layouts are. So I thought you guys would be in great shape down in Clark County with the reallocation of that money. Is that not true?
Assemblyman Ellison, I believe that the school district made progress on a lot of fronts, and they can represent what that progress was. I believe that progress in part was a result of additional funding that came into the school district. That was a result of what was passed in the last legislative session. But the specifics of progress doing okay, I'm going to leave that up to the school district to answer. I'm not going to try to pretend to be an authority on it.
Well, I'd like somebody to get back with me on that. Was SB 453. We'd like to know what them numbers actually are. I know they're in their final days of trying to figure their budget here and what they're going to do. But I think that's important to know because some of the counties was devastated by that freeze. And then the other thing is, I got a question to ask you. I know that the read by 3 and some of the other things, you guys set your curricula and it starts at the beginning of the year and goes through the whole year. Is that not correct? And if that's the case, why are we talking of stuff that's already in there unless we're looking at just strictly stuff that has to be cut out to make the budget?
Read by 3 is cut out of the budget per the proposal that the governor has presented to you. So it's not in part of the year. If the funding goes away and there's no other source of funding to keep the Read by 3 program in place.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to, maybe my colleague from District 14, she knows probably more about that bill I could ever think of or dream of, and that SB 543.
So with that, we can move on if there are folks in the queue wanting to offer testimony and support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll start with testimony in support of the bill. If you are for the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand in queue, and we will take callers in order. Callers in support, please press *9. Mr. Speaker, there are, okay, here we go. We've got caller with the last 3 digits of 803. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Yes, hi, my name is Dan Price, DANPRICE. I'm an educator at Sunrise Mountain High School and an executive board member of CCEA. I want to speak in favor of this bill because my school in particular, we receive almost over $1 million of 178 money. And to remove that money from our building is devastating. That's almost 9 teachers lost because of that. I think that this would be an undue burden in our building as we go forward. And I think to redistribute the money to the most needy schools is the exact way to go. Thank you for allowing my testimony.
Thank you.
On to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 438. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee, F-R-A-Z-E-E. I'm a classroom teacher in Clark County. I also have the honor of being the incoming Vice President of CCEA. I'm reaching out to you and this distinguished body to vote yes on AB 2 with the amendment. The intent of this bill is on a one-time basis, backfill the cuts such as Read by 3 and SB 178. Assemblywoman Torres, at my high school, we would be losing $300,000 in carryover money with this bill. And that sounds like a lot of money until you consider that by losing SB 178 money, we would be losing almost $1 million. Our carryover balance is not nearly enough to make up for the cuts that we would have to take. That will be the elimination of teaching positions, social workers, and a counselor who identifies and mentors high-risk kids from 9th grade on, stopping the pipeline to prison cycle. Yes, I have no doubt that individual schools know how best to spend their money in their school. That would be a valid argument if the money was spread out universally, but it's not. More affluent schools have this money, and schools that educate predominantly poor and children of color are left high and dry again. Assemblywoman Carlton, this is what institutional racism looks like in public education. It is not evenly distributed throughout the state. A lot of misinformation and a false narrative is being spread about this bill. The truth is that 139 schools will lose these programs that have no carryover money at all. 195,000 students, our most vulnerable population, will be devastated by these cuts. If you are not going to raise revenue, if you're going to make these drastic cuts, at least try to mitigate some of the damage to our poor students and pass this bill. Some people will posture that the carryover dollars will cover these devastating cuts in education. This is simply not the case. Our parents and community will simply not accept your math. I again urge you to vote yes on AB 2 with the amendment, and I thank you for your time.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 947. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Kenny Belknap. That's KennyBelknap, and I'm a teacher in Clark County School District, as well as a member of CCEA Executive Board. Thank you, members of the Assembly and Speaker Frierson, for letting me speak. I'm speaking today in favor of this amendment to AB2 and AB2 in general, not because I think it's a good idea, not because I think Clark County School District will be able to make, it's the most studious of people that take care of our money. But I'm doing this because we see a lack of leadership. We are going to be absolutely devastated by these cuts down here in Clark County School District if you guys move forward with this. And I see I heard all of you lawmakers saying that you're concerned about taking money away from schools. Well, there's a very simple solution, and that's just to not make the cuts. Have some courage, follow the lead of the lawmakers in Utah, raise revenues, and we don't have to talk about AB2. But if you are going to go through with gutting the schools, our schools and our most vulnerable students of the funds that they need to get an education in a normal circumstance, let alone during a global pandemic, you need to pass AB2 with this amendment. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Any further callers in support of the bill, please press *9. And we will take caller with the last 3 digits of 559. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name. You have 2 minutes to speak and are now unmuted and may begin.
Yvette Williams, Y-V-E-T-T-E, last name Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S, chair of the Clark County Black Caucus. It's very concerning that students least proficient are having to fight so hard to maintain access to opportunity and literacy, English mastery. However, there's been no equity funding opportunity report made available for the public or to you to consider other equitable cuts to categorical programs and those that are made whole already in the budget to ensure a more fair and racially equitable distribution of cuts as well as funding. We are very much concerned that our students who are identified as being in the lowest 25% quartile of proficiency will not receive the interventions they currently receive as AB2, Assembly Bill 2 is written. NRS requires school precincts to provide their SB 178 plan annually to NDE in compliance with specific use of funds as mandated by this legislature. You have accountability, transparency, and procedures in place, and staff trained to ensure compliance. School administrators are already familiar on the functionality and process of SB 178. So with that bill already still being on the books, all that you have to simply do is put provisions into your bill that requires them to adhere to those policies for SB 178. This is an emergency bill for one school year we're talking about. This is not for the rest of eternity. We're talking about emergency measures to protect the 195,000 students, as you've done for the 60,000 students in Zoom and Victory. This amendment sends the message that all students are valued equally. Otherwise, the only other option is finding revenue elsewhere. Otherwise, you hurt the most vulnerable students in Nevada, have struggled desperately during COVID, and where we don't have any good options in CCSD, the rurals and other communities still without internet connectivity, as required by the U.S. Department of Ed for distance learning and constitutionally protects literacy access in recent federal court rulings. This bill provides the revenue to maintain SB 178 and read by 3. Why wouldn't this body approve this bill with the provisions that these two programs will be made whole during the 2020 school year? 217 schools, 139 schools lose both SB 178 and read by 3 funds. If this legislature is committed to protecting the 195,000 additional students least proficient who are losing equitable access, passing this bill with the amendment to prioritize SB 178 and read by 3 should be a yes vote. So we're asking that this amendment actually, when it's written or finalized, that it actually puts in there a provision that those funds must be prioritized to SB 178 and read by 3 students first. Then the rest of the funds could be distributed as however needed. That's all that I had. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you all today. And we hope that we can count on all of you for a yes vote for AB2 with amendments to include a priority for SB 178 and read by 3. Thank you so much and be blessed.
Thank you, caller. Any new callers in support of the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand. Any further callers in support of the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand. Mr. Speaker, there are no further callers in support.
We can go to opposition.
Thank you. Any callers opposed to the bill, please press *9 now on your phone to raise your hand and we'll take you in order. And caller with the first three digits, the last three digits of 665, please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jamie Rawson, Jayme, Rawson, RAWS as in Sam, ON as in Nancy. I'm a teacher at East Career and Technical Academy and have been a member of the SOT team since its inception. There's a lot I could say. I'm going to attempt to keep it as short as I can. This is the SOT's first test. Please do not allow it to fail. There is a precedent in CCSD of gathering guns and misusing them. This is the whole reason that this body spent years putting something together like the SOT system that gave schools control. Mr. Valardita characterized SOT meetings as something that is inaccurate in my school and in many schools across the valley. My principal does not put together a budget that we get to look at and discuss. We do this together month by month. Any carryover money that we have is money that we have specifically saved. It's decisions we have made because we know that every year we have faced cuts. Last year we had to provide money back to the district. The year before that, same. The year before that, 2 different times as an SOT, we had to cut money to give back to the district to fill in budget gaps. So while we're in a tragic and awful situation, this is not new for SOTs on the ground. So allow schools to keep this carryover money because at our school and at many other schools, this is the result of fiscal responsibility. And my school is 70% free and reduced lunch. We are students of color. So you literally be taking the money away that we saved to best serve our students, where we have been working so hard to put this money together to best serve our students. This is what the process is. And to crash it now in its first real test would be devastating. And I'm terrified at the language. To me, it is very lazy. Even in the amendment, it doesn't make clear how schools would ask for this money back, how it would be distributed, who first, and what would happen with that money, how they could guarantee any of that money, the right thing happened to it. We're all going to face devastating cuts. It's a tragedy, but
And ma'am, can you wind down? We're after 2 minutes.
This does not go far enough, and I understand that that's all my time. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your work.
Thank you very much.
Next caller with the last three digits of 108. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Michelle Rasmussen, MACHELLE I'm a teacher and the SOT chair at Global Community High School here in CCSD. I know we're making difficult decisions in these trying times. There are programs that need support, but this bill is not the way. The testimony I've heard today about the bill was very disturbing to me. It's ridiculous to say that carryover funds should be protected and write it into law and then try to take it away a few years later. This is a slippery slope and sets a bad precedent for the future. The bill today is written for one school year, but it's a tumultuous year where schools need savings now more than ever. These carryover funds are what allow SOTs and principals to make budget decisions that are unique to the school level. This year, our school has a little under $200,000 in carryover. In the past, we've used these to pay for enrichment Saturday tutoring for our ELL students and to buy more time with our social worker, who otherwise would be contracted to 2 or 3 other schools. Taking these funds takes away each school's flexibility to meet the unique talents of its school population. Our high school has 100% ELL population, and this is also a population that needs support. Every school has a population that needs support, and it should be up to the SOT and the principal to provide what the students need. It's not right to ask one student population to give up their savings to support district cuts. For a small school, this is devastating, and it means that when our budget is returned by CCSD in the fall, we will have no buffer to save essential programs, to pay for protective gear, increased technology needs such as Wi-Fi hotspots for our students that cannot get internet access. Taking these funds back to the district level means the students will lose out on opportunities and enrichment, and any funds to cover emergencies that arise that happens in every organization. So thank you for your time. We hope that you vote against AB 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 969. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Wachter, BryanWachter. I have 2 students at Goins Elementary School, but I serve on the SOT at Mojave High School. I listened to a lot of the testimony. I don't want to repeat what the 2 other callers who are against AB2 said because I agree with them. But there is a dichotomy between those schools that don't receive SB 178 dollars and those who do. And my student's school doesn't receive the SB 178 dollars, and they don't then have a lot of money to be able to save or to have as much carryover funds. The school that I'm on the SOT with at Mojave High School gets those dollars and has the ability to have more carryover funds. And so I think what you'll find when you do get the data from the school district is that in actuality, it's the schools that are receiving these extra funds that are the ones with the carryover dollars. And so as an SOT member, when we see these cuts that are coming down, what we've done is planned our carryover dollars to be able to absorb them and to be able to provide the best sort of school and academic success we can for our students. And so if you pass AB2 and you remove that faculty from the SOT and from the principal, that's just going to compound, I think, these cuts to those schools. I would say I did agree with Mr. Velardita on one point, which is I do think this body should take a look at the decentralization and the bill and maybe providing a check for the SOT to balance the power that principals do have. I think you will find a more successful SOT model if SOTs did have the ability to have much more say in that budget process, but I would urge you to vote no on AB2.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 017. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin. Caller with the last 3 digits of 017, you may now begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Lazos, SYLVIALAZOS, and I speak on behalf of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition. I am very confused about this bill. I'm particularly confused because I have spent many hours listening to the CCSD trustee meetings, and they have never spoken about AB2 or approved AB2 to be presented before this body. I have, as part of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition, requested 178 data several times from the CCSD and have not received the kind of data that John Velardita has orally presented to you. I have looked very quickly at the distributions of the carryovers. I believe that he claimed 81% would not cover 178. I believe just in a quick look, it was more like 50%. I'm not quibbling here. The point I'm making is that we don't have the data. We're really don't have the time to review. At the very least, let's make sure that we have the data and the time to review. Second, I have spoken to principals, and the principals that I have spoken to are very alarmed over AB2. I'll just say that these budget cuts are so difficult, are so impacting, and then to take from 365 principals their carryover I don't know what we would be necessarily accomplishing. I'll just give you one example. My son went to the technical high schools that was over 50% FRL, not 100% FRL. And that high school has about $200,000 in carryover. Should we take that money, although we cut the CTE money, and give it to 178? You know, that is a tough decision to be making, and to be making it in such a short period, I think it's a hard place to be. Just finally would like to say that NDE has not done any studies on the ROI and efficiency of 178 funding. It has done that analysis on Victory and Zoom, and for us to be making these decisions, at the very least, let's get NDE's opinions on the efficacy of these programs that are now being favored. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 597. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Vicki Cardell, VICKIKREIDEL. Good afternoon. I'm president of NEA of Southern Nevada, and I'm a second grade teacher in CCSD. NEA of Southern Nevada is speaking in opposition to Assembly Bill 2. We're opposed to AB 2 because allowing the Clark County School District to be given these funds instead of allowing schools to keep them would be extremely problematic for many of our schools. Times are tough for our Title I schools right now. Our Title I schools depend on this money, which they save responsibly in order to survive or simply use as they see fit. In this session, we've heard presentations about and are prepared to lose millions of dollars in needed funds, such as SB 178 funds. Under AB 2, we would now lose carryover funds. With both of those funds eliminated, our schools would take a devastating hit. Taking away from our underprivileged students would not make education the same for all students. We must lead with equity, and we believe in the SOT process, which puts the decision-making into the hands of the stakeholders. And we believe it's very important, especially now when so much is on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Anyone opposed to the bill, please press *9 now. If there are any further callers in opposed to the bill, please press *9 now on your phone, and we will take you in order. So caller with the last three digits of 912, please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Buenas tardes. My name is Fernando Romero, FERNANDO-ROMERO. I'm president of Hispanics in Politics. I have been a resident of Clark County for 53 years. Historically, Title I schools have had year-long teaching vacancies and a high level of attrition. Therefore, some carryover funds exist at most of these schools. The principals are very cognizant and are conditioned to save for rainy days to protect their students, their staff, and programs. Since they are constantly faced with budget cuts, they are fiscally responsible and protect the communities they serve. Before AB 469, the district reorganization, CCSD would take all carryover end of year funds from schools and would place them back into the general fund at the expense of our poorer schools. Our Title I schools are minority schools, which really leads me to just comment on our leader's statements regarding the importance of minority students when he, on two different occasions, went and spoke out against the Zoom schools and Victory schools that have been so successful. And as we all know, those are schools that really cater to and help the minority students to which you referred. However, I'm glad that he had an epiphany and that all of a sudden our students do count. I do urge this honorable body to vote against AB2, I urge you to please do so for the sake of our students. Thank you. Please stay safe for yourselves, your families, and for Nevadans. And again, muchas gracias.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last three digits of 710. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin. Caller with the last three digits of 710. You may speak.
Hi, my name is Ben Day. I'm a principal at two schools. I'm sorry. You need to have me spell my name for the record. Get ready. It's a long one. Ben is my first name. Day, Day is my last name. I'm the principal at two schools: Mitchell Elementary School in Boulder City and Harry Reid Elementary School in Searchlight, which is 100% free and reduced lunch. I'm obviously opposed to the bill. I've been an administrator a long time. 14 years as an administrator, 10 years as a principal. And, because I've been doing it a pretty good long time now, I've just seen the ebbs and flows of the economy. And I remember the days before 469 was passed. You would, if budget cuts were made, you were in trouble. And you had to send, some dynamite teacher who was a year or two in. You had to send them surplus meeting. You send them, they're upset. You have to make other cuts that you weren't expecting to. And so 469, when you're a school one of my schools is Victory, Title I, the other one is not. We had no other funding. And so, when 469 was passed, I thought, finally, we have a way to pay for special projects that might come up or to save up for a rainy day that's coming. And my SOT has carefully with me over the last several years to make sure we have a reserve for a rainy day. And in fact, we had some money saved up for a special project coming. And when that came up, then of course, when COVID-19 hit, I told everyone, hey, we better not pay for this project yet. There's some cuts coming, and we're going to need to be able to absorb some cuts that are coming. And so we have been fiscally responsible for this, as have many other schools, as have so many we've heard from already before. Obviously, I feel like the money needs to stay with the schools. That's what we were promised. That's what the law stated. I can tell you right now, I have a teacher listening to this session and listening to this call right now who is on absolute pins and needles, knowing that she will not be staying at our school if we don't get to keep our carryover funds, because with the 3x3 cut, as well as class size reduction, not to mention we're expecting a drop in enrollment due to COVID-19. I've got carryover funds to keep, or I won't have them if you take them away, and I know I'm speaking on behalf of my entire SOT and so many other schools out there.
And Mr.
Anyway,
Day, if you could wind down, we're at 2.5 minutes.
Appreciate your time. Absolutely. I appreciate all your time. Many of you have been great communicating with me through email and getting back with me, including you, Speaker Frierson. So thank you for listening, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nine, your phone to raise your hand. Any callers in opposition of the bill, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. And we will go to caller with the last three digits of 217. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Ed Gonzalez, ED, my last name Gonzalez. I'm a community member at Hickey Elementary School in Sunrise Mountain. The reason I'm speaking in opposition to this bill is the carryover dollars from 469 were always intended, including the attrition dollars, to stay at the school. Prior practices from the district was to always take that money out when there wasn't enough, when a teacher wasn't hired, to move it into other funds, into other programs. The idea to keep it at schools was simple. It was to make sure that those schools had those dollars and services that they paid for and did not receive. If they didn't get the service they paid for, those dollars should stay at the school and to help them. I've made my position known on social media. You guys might be familiar with that. I just want to state for the record that I oppose these changes to AB2. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last three digits of 745. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Speaker Farson, my name is Stephen Augsburger. I represent the Clark County Association of School Administrators and Professional Technical Employees. Our organization stands in opposition to this bill. I've received many calls from principals since last Wednesday. And in the interest of time, I won't go over all of the reasons, but for everything that you've heard from all of the previous speakers, we stand in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further callers in opposition of the bill, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Any callers in opposition of the bill, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. And Mr. Speaker, there are no further callers for opposition of the bill.
Are there any callers wishing to testify in a neutral position?
Callers, if you are neutral for the bill, please press *9 now to raise your hand and we'll take your calls in order. First caller with the last three digits of 906. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Good afternoon, Assembly. My name is Sean Parker, S-E-A-N-P-A-R-K-E-R. And I just want to start by saying I understand the need for flexibility in times of crisis, and I'm just appreciating that you are all there at the special session navigating really difficult times. And this would not be necessary if we were not cutting funds, which I hope we still look at. I do want to say that I agree in general with CCEA's amendment, but don't think it goes far enough to ensure equity. Without more data and without models showing where the money is actually going, I think the bill leaves too much potential for some schools to have less money as a result of this redistribution. Particularly, I'm looking out for our Title I schools and those schools with students furthest from opportunity. I encourage the Assembly to take up Assemblyman Watts' push for an additional guardrail to make sure that that doesn't happen, or let Title I school principals choose between keeping their carryover funds or getting a redistribution. I think that this is a tricky bill, and I just hope you consider what those guardrails look like so that we can benefit all kids, especially those that need it the most. I hope you have a great afternoon, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 560. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes muted and may begin.
C-A-R. This is Karen Shea, C-A-R-Y-N-E-S-H-E-A. Good afternoon, Speaker Frierson, Minority Leader Titus, and Assembly members. I'm a member of Hope for Nevada, a grassroots group of statewide public education advocates. Given the difficult financial position Nevada is now in, we understand unpopular choices are being considered, but your first solution should be to find revenue to offset harmful, damaging budget cuts. You made a strong statement that schools in CCSD should have control over their carryover funds when you swiftly passed AB 469. Gone was the use it or lose it way of operating. With that change, money followed the students, and schools within CCSD could make fiscally responsible decisions to preserve it for the inevitable budget cuts that come with each new school year, buy extra staff to keep class size from exploding, or save until they have enough to purchase much-needed programs and supplies. In light of this forward movement, AB 2 serves as a severe case of whiplash for hundreds of school communities. If this is all wasted breath and you're determined to do this, then we would like to emphasize the following. This
Ma'am,
must be a
if we are
one-time
in
movement of funds.
Ma'am, I just want to make sure that we were
Yes.
still in, what position are you taking with
Neutral.
respect to the bill?
Neutral.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it didn't sound like it.
Yeah. So I'm getting to what we think needs to happen with the bill to be successful. This must be a one-time movement of funds. We know too well from the legislature's handling of IP1 funds every biennium how easy it is for the body to turn a one-time action into a permanent practice. Carryover funds must be used to backfill the desperately needed programs and services on the chopping block, and we need to be very clear that the reason the void is there is because state leaders are choosing to eliminate them. Carryover funds must be used for students in CCSD, and the amount of carryover funds made flexible should not exceed the amount of funds needed to backfill Read by 3 and the new Nevada funding plan. In fact, the projected numbers may be off since AB2 disincentivizes any principals from strategically saving future money. And if any decisive action is taken to create revenue for our state, then AB2 should become null and void. It's another example of how Nevada plays a shell game with education funding.
Can you wind
We need
down?
a new
We're at 2.5
economy, and we
minutes.
urge you to take action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further callers that are in neutral of the bill, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Callers that are in neutral of the bill, please press *9 to raise your hand. Mr. Speaker, there are no further callers in neutral for the bill.
Thank you very much. With that, we will, in consideration of AB2, and get back to our agenda. Here we go. So, Assemblyman Yeager.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Committee of the Whole now rise and report back to the Assembly.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly will now come back to order. I believe we do have order business 4. We will not go to order business 4 today and save that for our next convening. And I want to go to order business 15, I believe. Let me make sure. Yep. Order business 15, Assemblywoman Howdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the members of the public, the state employees, and education supporters who spoke out today to lay out in the barest terms how devastating these cuts are going to be to working Nevadans. The state is facing an abyss, $1.2 billion, and we need to come together to find actual solutions. To the Assembly member from District 36, if you are actually concerned about state employees and our state's educational system, if you actually want to stand in solidarity with state employees, education, and in fact, the entire state of Nevada, then you need to be willing to do more than a grandstanding proposal to return $430 of your salary to the state. The people don't want your pittance. They want leadership. That is why we were elected. To my colleague from the South, if you are actually interested in finding solutions, revenue solutions, to save our state employees and our education system from these cuts, I'd welcome your partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other order business 15s? Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we wrap up, I did want to just share something with my colleagues on the floor. If you didn't know, today is the 216th anniversary of certainly the most famous duel in American history, and maybe the most famous duel in world history, and that was the duel between then Vice President Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton. Now, many of us learned about this in history, but it's really become a popular thing in culture because of the award-winning musical Hamilton. You may remember that Alexander Hamilton gets killed in that duel, and in Hamilton, Aaron Burr is played by Tony Grammy Award winner Leslie Odom Jr., and Alexander Hamilton, of course, is played by Lin-Manuel Miranda. And I bring this up because there's a line in there that I think is pertinent to the business that we have in front of us. Aaron Burr, upon realizing that he killed Alexander Hamilton, he says these words. Actually, he sings them, which I'm not going to do on the floor, but he says, "I should have known that the world was wide enough for both Hamilton and me." And I bring it to my colleagues because I think for those of us serving in this chamber and for those of us participating in these bill hearings, the world really is wide enough for all of us. And as we move together through a very difficult process, I submit, Mr. Speaker, that we do this all as Nevadans, we do this all as Americans, and as human beings. So I would urge my colleagues through the very difficult time ahead of us to try to look for the common ground, and let's remember that the world is indeed wide enough for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman. And I am going to ask that, if we go, I'm going to ask that we go back into Committee of the Whole. We did agendize public comment, and I want to make sure that there was anybody waiting, that they weren't waiting for nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly resolve into a Committee of the Whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The committee will come to order, and we will do so solely for the purpose of public comment. So BPS, if there's anyone remaining that did wish to offer public comment, I didn't want to leave them sitting in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will take comment with the last three digits of 577. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. This is Chris Daly, C-H-R-I-S-D-A-L-Y, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. In terms of AB 2, NSBA has not taken a position on the bill, even though our local affiliate, NEA-SN, has taken an opposed position. Although, in a personal observation, I would say the bill does not seem ready for prime time. During the hearing, I had to step out for a few minutes to testify on SB 3 over in the other house. This is, among other things, moving up mining proceeds, and we'll be getting to you and we'll address you formally on that bill when it does. But there is the opportunity to deal with tax deductions in the mining tax to generate the revenue to backfill all of the 178 and all of the read by 3 proposed cuts. That is the type of bold leadership that educators from across the state have been calling on legislative leaders to take in this special session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 558. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin. Caller, you may now speak. We'll go on to the next caller with the last three digits of 912. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin. Okay, on to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 939. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Jesus Jara, Superintendent in Clark County School District. I apologize, I was trying to log on and connect. I was not called on opposition, on neutral on AB2. I'm calling to set the record straight. Given that CCSD was mentioned as the author of the bill, what currently happened, if I may, and indulge me, Mr. Speaker, is that during the budget process, working with the state superintendent for public instruction and the flexibility in April, there was conversation around $120 million projected in the carry forward dollars. Going through the process in middle or early June, I received a call and asking for flexibility, what I would like on AB 469 and NRS 388G. During conversations we had, this has been an ongoing conversation with the state superintendent as she would carry the bill. However, in working with our principals, and we've been waiting, and that's very public around the fact of lack of budget numbers for us to open our schools. I just want to go on the record and say that on July 7th, as the superintendent, I spoke to the speaker that I did not want this bill to move forward. July 7th at 3:12. Spoke to the state superintendent at 3:20. Proclamation that was released at 5:17. And prior to that, I know that Director of Government Relations called the governor's office at 3:58 and at 4:03 that we did not want this forward.
Mr. Jara, you're at 2 minutes, and I will gladly allow you to elaborate in an actual hearing as opposed to public comment, but I want to be consistent, and I will take the privilege of the chair at the end of this meeting to further elaborate. But you're at 2 minutes, so we need to move on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further callers wishing to speak, please press *9 for public comment. And we will take caller with the last 3 digits of 247. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Castro, ERIKACASTRO, and I'm here on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada. Through the first 2 and now 3 days of the 31st special session, we've heard about the devastating cuts we have to make as a state to our Department of Education. We understand that these unprecedented times call for shared sacrifice, but it's also time for corporations that have been lucrative tax cuts to finally pay their fair share. It's encouraging to hear on the Senate side that they are willing to prepay the net proceeds of minerals, but that does not go far enough under these circumstances, as we've heard from previous callers today. We must be bolder because these cuts will have devastating impacts for years to come. Nevada is the 4th largest producer of gold in the world, and when the markets crashed earlier this year, gold soared to $1,800 per ounce. That's the highest they've seen since 2011. According to the most recent net proceeds, mining reduced 70% of their $7 billion gross income and only ended up paying taxes on $2.3 billion. As our state aims to mitigate the $1.2 billion deficit, it is irresponsible to simply balance our budget on the backs of our children and those who rely on the critical healthcare services being cut without calling on corporations like mining to pay their fair share, which is much more than the $56 million they have paid, so they're willing to pay. They paid recently. Sorry about that. As a state ranks at number 50 in the country in education, we believe it is time to look into corporations to pay their fair share. Thank you.
Thank you. Any callers wishing to speak, please press *9 now. Any further callers wishing to speak, please press *9 now on your phone. Mr. Speaker, there are no further callers in the queue.
Thank you. We'll go back to Assemblyman Yeager to rise out of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Committee of the Whole now rise and report back to the Assembly.
You heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly is, Assemblyman Yeager. If you were going to move first, I'll go back under Order of Business 15 and make it abundantly clear that AB 2 was exclusively the request of CCSD to be placed on the agenda, and that request was withdrawn 2 hours before the actual proclamation issued, which was too late. And so you don't get to light a firecracker and then run just before it goes off. I don't believe that there's going to be any reason to really belabor AB 2, but I want to make it very clear who initiated this request, and I think it's unfortunate to respond in a public comment form as opposed to taking responsibility. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeing no other business before the Assembly, I would move that the Assembly stand in adjournment until Monday, July 13th at the hour of 10 a.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Have a good night.